Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Almost a full house, I see today. Just before we get going, a reminder, if you've got a mobile phone with you, please make sure it's turned off or put onto silent mode while we're sitting. Just to confirm, I saw the updated conditions, just the slight amendments that we discussed in the relevant session the other day. So thank you for those. I'm not aware that there's any other outstanding matters other than to agree a date for submission of the signed obligations.
Nothing else now from us.
But we need to agree a date.
We do.
Yes.
I was just confirming.
Yeah.
There's nothing else.
Okay, thank you. Is that 2 weeks long enough?
The man next to me nods, which is a good sign.
Okay, 14th of October then?
That'll be kind, man. Thank
Yep.
you. That should be fine.
And that'll be the signed versions of the obligations that we've discussed. Anything else? No. So then this final part of the inquiry is closing submissions from all the main parties. Going first is the Residents Association, Ms. Stryak. Do you have a printed copy for me? Thank you. All the closings will need sending to the case office as well, and they'll need adding to the library. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. And we have a cast of 6 this morning, and I think we'll probably take an hour and 20 minutes. Sorry, we added a few things last night. So I'm Barbara Stryak from the Ostley and White Green Residents Association. So to introduce our closing statement, the Ostley and White Green Residents Association, OGRA, thanks the previous Secretary of State for calling in this planning application and asks the new Secretary of State to consider our concerns regarding the proposed Tesco and Homebase developments. We would also like to thank the Inspector for her patience and the support she has provided during the course of the inquiry. Having followed the inquiry carefully, we are of the view that our major concerns have not received an adequate response from either the council or the applicant. Our ward councillors and our London Assembly member have all unequivocally objected to the proposals and spoke on the first day of the inquiry, as did 2 heritage experts, Paul Velouet and Dr. Sarah Rutherford, also Keith Garner on behalf of Kew Gardens. Local residents and young mothers, Mandy Donaldson and Monica Ulan, spoke about the problems of frequently not being able to get on local buses with their children in buggies as buses are full, and about the already severely stretched other parts of infrastructure like GP surgeries, nurseries and playgrounds. Mrs. Ulan contacted us at the end of March to say that the waiting list for swimming lessons at Isleworth Baths for her 6-year-old son is 480 children. And she can't even get through to them on the phone to see where he is on the waiting list now, and has to go down there personally to check. Her 11-year-old son needed to see a dentist this summer, and she couldn't get him to see an NHS dentist anywhere locally and couldn't afford a private dentist. Thankfully, she was going to Poland during the holidays, so managed to get treatment for him there. Paul Engers presented the results of a survey during the opening day. This was a survey he conducted among the residents of Oaklands Avenue who had concerns about traffic, overshadowing, particularly at the southern end of Oaklands Avenue, and air pollution during 10 years of construction. George Andraus of the Wyke estate spoke about the community spirit on that estate, which consists of 179 houses and flats on an area roughly half the size of the combined area of the Tesco and Homebase sites, yet containing less than 1/12 the homes proposed across the two sites. It is one illustration among many of the incompatibility of these developments with a local built environment on the grounds of their scale and density. He also spoke of the inability of local infrastructure to support such huge developments. Tony Firkins of the Green Party expressed concern over environmental matters and scant attention paid to the climate emergency. We strongly dispute the assertion from the applicant in their opening statement that, quote, there is agreed to be, subject in some instances to contributions to be delivered through Section 106 obligation, sufficient underpinning infrastructure to enable the schemes to function well without detrimentally affecting the wider context in terms of public transport, education, leisure, healthcare, emergency service, or water supply, unquote. OGRA's original concerns and objections were set out in our letter dated 20th of September 2021 to the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government. It is also very significant that many of OGRA's concerns were echoed separately by the Council's own body, the Hounslow Independent Design Review Panel. OGRA believes that a fundamental problem has been created by the applicants and council's drive to maximise the number of flats on the two sites, regardless of their impact and effect on both the surroundings and the quality of life of future residents. The twin crises of the pandemic and summer heat wave emphasise our points that inadequate space to cope with increased home working and poor ventilation need to be given much more recognition. It is our view that this has not been the case during the course of this inquiry from the applicant and the council. All informed opinion suggests that we can expect more pandemics and heat waves in the future. In our opening statement, we said that we have never opposed development on these sites. We said that redevelopment must provide housing that fits in with the area's residential character and heritage, and also meet Hounslow's known housing needs. Residents should be guaranteed access to adequate public transport and the necessary local infrastructure and utilities as required by planning guidelines and vital to a happy and healthy existence. During the inquiry, the applicant has tried to get more support for these schemes, but we heard of people being approached who were opposed to these schemes. And in one instance, a letter of support was supposedly sent by someone who had never agreed to that happening. There was also the applicant's Facebook page seeking support for the proposed developments, but most of the comments on there were negative. We'd like to remind the inspector that Hounslow Council received over 800 letters of objection to the applications, in contrast to fewer than 30 letters of support. There can be no doubt that the proposed developments are overwhelmingly opposed by local residents. After the planning applications were approved by Hounslow Council, and before they were referred to the Mayor of London, OGRA started a petition opposing the developments and requested the Mayor of London and later the Secretary of State to overturn the decision. And this is the petition here in front of me. In less than 3 weeks, we collected almost 4,500 signatures. We need to emphasise that we expressed our many concerns to the applicant during the consultation process, yet most of these were and continue to be ignored. Despite our repeated requests for a 3D model, the applicant failed to display one, and as a result, OGRA commissioned a 3D model from a professional model maker. On the penultimate day of the inquiry, the applicant questioned the accuracy of the model, but could not substantiate their criticism. OGRA replied to the applicant's questions about the model on the 20th of March 2022, but received no further correspondence from the applicant. During the consultation, we asked on numerous occasions to be present during meetings with TfL to convey our concerns about transport and traffic, but nothing happened. So we were very surprised when the applicant said in their opening statement that, quote, "The evidence in this case shows the lengths to which the concerns of local people have been recognised and taken into account," unquote, Nothing could be further from the truth. Even requests made during the inquiry have been brushed aside. For example, the condition that we requested, should the development be approved, is a trolley management system for the new store, as we are seeing a growing problem of discarded trolleys from the current Tesco Extra in our area. We asked for lighting at Sion Lane Station, and these requests were ignored. The Secretary of State's 5 principles from spring of this year was said to be at the heart of the new approach to housing, namely, beauty, infrastructure, democratic control, environmental enhancement, and neighbourhood protection. He stated that, quote, they can ensure that we have the right homes in the right places where people welcome them. Local people will be partners in making the places they love better and more beautiful, not pawns in a speculative game. Unquote. Now, turning to the inquiry evidence, my colleague Olga Szokalska will now speak about character and appearance.
The proposed developments on both sites must respect the local context, including its historic heritage. They should also be sensitive in scale to the surrounding built environment. OGRA maintains that the bulk and height of 16 tower blocks up to 17 stories on the 2 sites would be in stark negative contrast with the character of the surrounding area. They would dwarf and dominate the historic and residential buildings nearby, as clearly illustrated in the TVIAs from MS Environmental and OGRA's 3D model. They would give rise to a negative impact on the character and context of the area. We want to stress that there have been no changes of any substance to the pre-application design of the height and bulk of the buildings, which could have helped to address local concerns. Significantly, neither site is identified for tall buildings in the Hounslow local plan. Despite this, the applicant wishes this lack of identification to be given limited weight. The inquiry heard evidence that the fundamental concerns expressed in the second and final design review panel report were not addressed, contrary to London Plan Policy D4. During the round table discussions on character and appearance on the penultimate date of the inquiry, OGRA presented a density comparison table of recent developments in the borough. These are on similar suburban sites to Tesco and Homebase with low PTAL rather than the more employment-led high PTAL rated sites of Citron and other similar developments in Brentford quoted by the applicant. The high density of 314 homes per hectare proposed for the Tesco and Homebase sites compared to 17 homes per hectare in Australian Spring Grove ward and 53 homes per hectare on the Wyke estate diagonally opposite to the current Tesco site would make for an extreme and unacceptable step change in comparison with most of the surrounding built environment. Protecting heritage. Council officers, the Council's heritage consultant, Mr. Froneman, and the heritage consultant for the applicant, Dr. Miller, recognized that the proposals would result in a degree of harm to the settings of a number of designated heritage assets, the Royal Botanical Gardens at Kew, Zion Park and Osterley Park, as well as other heritage assets, including designated conservation areas and Grade 2 listed buildings. However, the inquiry heard from Mr. Roberts that the applicant did not explore an alternative scheme to avoid harm to the heritage assets as required in London Plan Policy D9. On days 10 and 13, the inquiry heard how the Council's position changed from one of less than substantial harm to a number of heritage assets to recognizing no harm at all. We heard from Mr. Patel, the architect of the Homebase site, that despite the concerns of the DRP about the impact of the development on Zion Park, the design team increased the height of the tallest towers from 16 to 17 stories on building B1, from 14 to 15 stories on buildings B2 and B3, and from 11 to 12 stories on building A. Mr. Roberts acknowledged during cross-examination on day 10 that the proposed heights do not accord with the emerging local plan. The witness for the council, Mr. Smith, acknowledged that the proposals are in partial conflict with local plan policy CC3, which requires the council to identify sites for tall buildings. The local plan does not envisage tall buildings away from the Golden Mile frontage, and as such, the Tesco scheme is in conflict with the policy. It was put to Mr. Smith that the proposals exceed the appropriate heights as defined in the Great West Corridor Master Plan. Mr. Smith argued that the building heights defined in the Great West Corridor Master Plan and Great West Corridor View Assessment were only indicative heights, subject to view testing. It was put to Mr. Smith that the council has already identified development capacity for Great West Corridor Opportunity Area to provide 7,500 homes. The council has identified that 8,287 homes can be built in the Great West Corridor using the minimum site allocations. Therefore, there is no need to exceed the appropriate heights for the sites to meet London Plan Great West Corridor Opportunity Area housing targets. Mr. Smith stated, I quote, "Yes, I think this information shows that there is a way of delivering the minimum requirement of 7,500 homes at lower heights." End of quote. London Plan Policy D9 requires boroughs to identify suitable locations for tall buildings and, I quote, "determine the maximum height that could be acceptable." End of quote. The applicant acknowledged that there is a degree of conflict with Policy D9 of the London Plan, as neither site is identified for tall buildings within the adopted Hounslow Local Plan. The applicant claimed this conflict is reduced as the sites are identified for development in the Emerging Development Plan. However, only the Tesco site has been identified for a possible cluster of mid-rise buildings in the Emerging Plan. Mr. Roberts acknowledged the Homebase site was not identified for a cluster of tall buildings. OGRA maintains that a smaller scheme at lower heights and density would enable the developments to sit in harmony with the surrounding built environment and avoid harm to the heritage assets. The independent Hounslow Design Review panel came to the same conclusion. For details of heritage evidence, we defer to the closing statement of Historic England. Homebase site proposals, full application. In their proof, the applicant claimed full compliance with Local Plan Policy CC1, which requires developments to respond appropriately to the context and character of their sites, and Policy CC3 on tall buildings. Mr. Padkaj Patel, architect of the Homebase site, accepted in cross-examination on day 2 that there was an abrupt change in scale from Building B to the neighboring commercial buildings to the east of the Great West Road, and that the proposals do not reconcile any change of scale between the industrial and residential areas. He agreed that the building B1 does not need to act as a gateway building, as the Gillette building and tower already perform this function. The architect claimed the aim of the scheme's design was to celebrate the significance of the Grade II listed Gillette building. In reality, the Homebase and Tesco developments in combination would undermine the landmark role of the Gillette building. It was put to Mr. Patel that there was no positive design rationale to locate a 10-story building C opposite 2-story residential homes to the east, that there was no design rationale for such an extreme change in scale. Mr. Patel had no answer to this. Mr. Patel conceded that there were no other buildings of a similar scale in the vicinity of the application site. When discussing the emerging context, Mr. Patel referred to the Albany Riverside and Citron developments. However, neither of these are within the vicinity of the Homebase site. Mr. Patel claimed there are plans for other high buildings immediately to the east of the site, yet he was unable to produce any evidence for this. In fact, there are no plans for tall buildings in the southern section of the Great West Corridor in the emerging plan. In conclusion, the applicant was unable to demonstrate compliance with local plan policies CC1 and CC3. Design Review Panel DRP position on the Homebase scheme. The inquiry was told the DRP process is an important one. The importance is emphasized in London Plan Policy D4, which requires schemes to consider and address DRP recommendations. The inquiry was told that during the final assessment, the DRP still had fundamental concerns about the scheme. The DRP recognized that although the applicant had made some changes, I quote, the design evolution has focused on mitigating these issues rather than solving them. Ultimately, we still believe that the brief to accommodate a Tesco superstore of equivalent size to the existing, located on the opposite side of the road on this site, has made it virtually impossible for you to achieve a scheme of the quality that you and Hanslow are aiming to achieve here. End of quote. There's no evidence that the applicant addressed these concerns. The DRP found that the public realm is constrained to the edges of the site and there's not sufficient space to accommodate the movements of 1,200 new residents and people walking to and from Zion Lane station. The 7 and 10-story blocks fronting Zion Lane appear too crowded together, resulting in a lack of adequate space for residents to take full advantage of the podium gardens. The DRP found there's too much development above the podium. The cramped conditions between the built elements do not provide the space to dwell. The site is exposed to high levels of aircraft and traffic noise and air pollution. OGRA agrees with the DRP that open spaces on the podium will be unusable for most of the year due to adverse environmental conditions. Tesco site proposals outline application. Heart of Osterley, with 81% of the proposed new 1,677 homes being studio and 1 and 2 bed flats, it is difficult to see how the development would become a mixed community that the applicant claims it will become. It is far more likely to be a dormitory for those working along the Great West Corridor and wider area. There are not enough large family homes to encourage people to make routes and for it to be a true heart of the area. This is in contrast to the existing heart of Osterley. A flourishing community requires diversity to ensure its success. Osterley is made of mixed housing of different styles and types. It is loosely centered around the shops, restaurants and services in Thornbury Road, Osterley Library and Jersey Gardens in St. Mary's Crescent, St. Mary's Church and the Children's Nursery in Osterley Road and Osterley Tube Station nearby. It includes the Thistleworth Tennis Club and Isleworth and Zion School, all within a 5-minute walk for some 4,000 or more residents. The proposed community hubs at Tesco site, the clearing, the meander, the water gardens, are far too small to serve the number of people who will live there. OGRA pointed out that the water gardens, where half the space is underwater, will also be used as a walking and cycling route by 1,200 students attending the Boulder Academy. Even at weekends, there would be more than half of the 4,000 more residents expecting to be able to use the open space allocated. OGRA expressed concern that this number of people in such a limited space can create dangerous conditions similar to those in a crowded tube carriage. The clearing next to the proposed pub might safely take 100 to 150 people, assuming some sit and some stand, and the meander up to 70 or 60 standing close together. The applicant's drawings only show some 12 people wandering through the water gardens. This impression of space to roam will not be the reality. This reinforces OGRA's concerns that the proposals would constitute an overdevelopment of the site. a smaller development would make the community hubs more usable and appreciated not only by new residents, but also by those of us already here. The DRP expressed the same concern that, I quote, the open spaces are too small for the scale of the scheme and the size of both the meander and the clearing feel minor in comparison to the height and bulk of buildings. Mr. Adams, the architect of the Tesco scheme, disagreed. He said, I quote, in this country, we often create public spaces that are often too big. So he did not address the DRP's criticism. Local Plan Policy CC3 expects tall buildings, I quote, be sensitively located and be of a height and scale that is in proportion to its location and setting, and carefully relate and respond to the character of the surrounding area, end of quote. Mr. Adams, when questioned, did not explain how buildings F, G, and H that rise up to 73 meters AOD and overlook Oaklands Avenue, part of the Osterley Conservation Area, can be considered to be sensitive in scale to the two-story houses on Oaklands Avenue. It was put to Mr. Adams that the residents of Oaklands Avenue will lose the view of the Gillette Tower. When Mr. Adams was asked if the development would provide a positive contribution to Oaklands Avenue, he replied, it's a change. Design Review Panel DRP assessment of the Tesco scheme. The DRP report concluded, I quote, we still feel that the overall quantum of residential accommodation is too great for the site and will affect the ability of the development to achieve its place-making objectives. There is concern about the unremitting nature of the development, characterized by ranks of buildings with sizable footprints and its impact on the wider townscape. The fly-through animation indicates that there isn't a balanced relationship between the ground, built form, and sky, which is necessary to prevent the development feeling overbearing to the human scale. Although we are supportive of how the design distinguishes between taller elements with lower linking blocks, we note that these blocks are themselves still high and feel that there is still too much development for this strategy to be successful. We would urge you to look again at your master plan and consider if smaller forms of buildings that are not connected are more appropriate. End of quote. At the inquiry, Mr. Adams conceded that the recommendations of the DRP were not taken on board, that its fundamental concerns regarding height, massing, and overall quantum of the development were not addressed. Linked schemes. There are material differences in the design of the Tesco site compared to the Homebase site. The materials proposed for the Tesco site and the block-style buildings fit with the Gillette and NatWest Bank buildings materials, though, given their height at 3 to 4 times that of the Gillette and NatWest Bank buildings, they appear alien and out of proportion. The Homebase proposed buildings are much taller and bulkier than anything else around them, and the glazed curved corner building is strongly out of character with the immediate built environment. In conclusion, from all the evidence presented at the inquiry, OGRA remains of the view that 16 blocks of buildings of up to 17 stories across the two sites would cause harm to the Osterley Park Conservation Area. The proposed infilling of the skyline would dwarf and dominate the suburban and historic surroundings. In particular, the area of special character comprising of a Northumberland estate immediately to the west of the Homebase site would be seriously undermined by close proximity to the tall buildings. The view of the sky would be severely curtailed by the silhouette of the developments rising well above the skyline. The developments would cast long shadows over the area. The new access storage building on the southwestern corner of the Great West Road and Zion Lane is 5 stories and in line with the Great West Corridor Opportunity Area in which it sits. Local residents would find similar heights acceptable for the Tesco and Homebase developments. They would not compete for dominance with listed buildings in the area, especially the Gillette Tower, and the proposed brick facing of the buildings on the Tesco site would complement the tower. Lower building heights, deeper setback, and more generous space within flats could resolve the overly high density of the sites and provide a better quality of life for future residents. If there were fewer residents, they would be able to take better advantage of the small areas of open space proposed. We would therefore ask the inspector, in light of all the evidence presented at the inquiry, to recommend both applications are refused planning permission. Now I will hand back to Barbara Stryjak.
So I will now cover Mike Spence's Townscape and Visual Impact Assessment evidence. The inquiry heard from our expert witness, Mr. Mike Spence of MS Environmental. Mr. Spence is a leading independent consultant in Townscape and Visual Impact Assessment, TVIA, and Photo Visualization, PV, with wide experience in photography, surveying, and geographic information systems. He has helped develop the industry standard for PV. His work regarding tall buildings aims to show accurately what the scale and massing of developments would look like. He gave evidence on the 18th of March 2022 and showed that some of the applicant's photographic views are misleading. They fail to show that the developments would be seen above the tree line from Syon Park and Osterley Park. Mr. Spence presented photographs, 3D modeling and visualization work produced in line with current Landscape Institute guidance. Mr. Spence produced a set of 15 accurate visual representations, AVRs, for the inquiry, as we had concerns about the accuracy and detail of some of the PVs produced by the applicant. We were also concerned that visualizations from important viewpoints had not been provided by the applicant. Mr. Spence stated that the reason for his visuals was to present, quote, a balanced, objective view, trying to bring transparency to the whole process so that the inspector gets a balanced view as to what is actually in front of them, that visualizations should be fit for purpose and capable of being verified, unquote. He gave his evidence on the technical methodology using open source LiDAR data and accurate camera positioning, describing how his method complies with current guidance. Mr. Spence highlighted some shortcomings in the use of lenses by the applicant. This was of particular relevance in viewpoint 7, renamed viewpoint L, taken from Osterley Park. Mr. Spence stated that in their scoping opinion, the London Borough of Hounslow, quote, said a 24mm tilt shift lens should not be used, probably down to the work that MS did with the London Borough of Hounslow on tall building strategy. AVR London chose not to follow this request. If AVR London had been using a 50mm lens and following the guidance, I would have a lot more confidence in what AVR London have done, but they haven't, and I'm staggered that AVR London and ARC refused to come and face me eye to eye at an inquiry, unquote. Quite clearly, the images should have been produced at a much larger size with greater detail to make them helpful to the assessment. Mr. Spence stated that many viewpoints had been taken unnecessarily. Quote, they should have been dropped before scoping. They are included in the TVIA and it's a major error to have so many viewpoints with no view of either development, unquote. Furthermore, as the buildings proposed would be seen from many kilometres away, for example, Richmond Hill and Harrow on the Hill, viewpoints from these locations should have been included. Mr. Spence criticised the applicant's overshadowing work. Quote, it is important in terms of impact on local residents. There are going to be a lot of residents impacted, and it didn't seem to me that was coming through at all in either of the TVIAs. The areas of concern should be properties on Syon Lane and Oaklands Avenue, unquote. Mr. Spence produced visualizations to fill in the gaps in the planning application. He said that more views were needed from Syon Lane and further south along Oaklands Avenue. He was critical of the conclusion to the visualizations taken on Oaklands Avenue. Figure L18, that the visual impact on residents would be beneficial. Quote, I am quite staggered that that could be a beneficial change on these sensitive residential receptors, unquote. He also stated that having gone through the applicant's documents, quote, there were no adverse visual townscape impacts that I found. There were some adverse impacts during construction, but after completion, everything was either beneficial for the local residential areas or neutral for the historic assets. TVIA has to be objective, balanced, convincing in terms of understanding what the impact of these large developments is going to be on sensitive heritage assets. I didn't feel there was any balance in recognizing the adverse effects of this kind of development on residents and impacts on these historic assets, unquote. He stated that the visualizations that he had produced, quote, are the kinds of visualizations I'd be expecting of their presentation to you, ma'am, on the scale of these buildings, unquote. Examples are visuals K12 to K14, and they gave a better idea of the scale of the building and had not been provided by the applicant. Mr. Spence compared the visualization of the so-called Canaletto view from the Thames path with that of the applicant. He showed that the view submitted by the applicant of Sion House from across the river minimized the mass of the development rising above the roof line of the house. He stated that LiDAR data should have been used for this image, which shows that the developments would be visible above and adjacent to Sion House. Quote, AVR London have had 4 attempts at this view. I've challenged them that this is going to be visible, and they've actually come back and agreed it is going to be visible, unquote. It was suggested that the applicant's Canaletto view visualizations were correct, that Mr. Spence's were not accurate, but throughout Mr. Spence robustly defended his approach and stated that there was limited or no evidence regarding the applicant's methodology. Mr. Spence gave examples of good and poor visuals submitted by the applicant. He was critical of the confusing use of various colors outlining the developments. Some of the visuals were presented in too small a size to understand what is being shown, and some were taken in the wrong location. He stated that viewpoint 8, figure L24, was a very good rendered image. Quote, it's very good what AVR London have done here. If this could have been replicated for all the closed viewpoints with a 50mm lens, which they say they've used here, then you wouldn't have me involved in the public inquiry, unquote. Viewpoint 14, figure 25, now includes the Homebase site, whereas it wasn't in the original document submitted as part of the planning application. Quote, this is one of the problems with these visualizations. There's a lack of consistency. AVR London have updated the visualizations. A lot of them have changed. They're not the same as the ones in the original TVIAs, unquote. In summary, Mr. Spence demonstrated that AVR London's choice of camera lens, the scale of the reproduced images, fields of view, viewing distances, and approach to presentation did not follow any recognized guidance, are potentially misleading and unsuitable as the basis for planning decisions. The TVIA produced by ARC was far too basic and lacking in objectivity to be considered fair for such important townscape development. We say the proposed scheme will have far-reaching adverse townscape and visual impacts, which have not been properly examined and presented by ARC, and consequently not by AVR London. So my colleague David Pavitt will now speak about housing mix.
The problem. Disagreement about housing mix regarding the need for larger family homes, i.e. those with 3+ bedrooms for the 2 developments, was not resolved during the inquiry. During the inquiry discussion and in the papers presented to the inquiry, there was conflation of family homes, 2+ bedrooms, with larger family homes. For the avoidance of confusion, this section is specifically concerned with the latter. Larger family homes are a specific category in the local plan targets, and it is with these that we are concerned. Algra's case. Hounslow has a clearly established problem of overcrowding. B, identified a growing demand for larger family homes. C, admitted that in recent years it has failed to build sufficient larger family homes. And D, set target levels for larger family homes across different tenures in the local plan. The larger family home targets in the local plan are significantly below the need identified in the council's housing analysis, around over 50% overall, summarized in figures 35, page 53 of the Strategic Housing Market Assessment Update of October 2018. If Hounslow is to tackle overcrowding, it must at the very least meet the requirements of the local plan SC3 summarized in table SC3.1. Variation from these targets may sometimes be appropriate for small developments of a specific type, but in that case, the pressure on other developments to meet the overall strategic minimum will increase. The targets in the local plan will not be met if it is accepted that a very large-scale development of 2,150 homes need not meet the default targets. As Barbara Striak, OGRA, told day one of the inquiry, the council recognises that Hounslow has a serious overcrowding problem. It is also clear that this development falls far short of the strategic target for larger family homes. The housing mix discussion. On day 6 of the inquiry, David Pavitt summarised OGRA's concerns in 4 points. Hounslow, 1, has a serious problem of overcrowding. 2, has identified the need for around 50% of new homes to be larger family homes. 3, the local plan sets the strategic target for larger family homes at around 30% according to tenure. 4, table SC31 sets the default targets, which should only be changed on the basis of evidence. Various responses were given for the council and the applicant by Messrs. Smith, Nutt, Booth and Roberts. They argued that an exemption from local plan targets was justified on the following grounds. A, even if the local plan target percentages were not met, a substantial number of larger family homes would be provided. And B, we should not just focus on percentages because absolute numbers are also important. OGRA's response. Arguments A and B don't work. They confuse absolute numbers and percentages. A very large development can provide significant numbers of larger family homes while falling far short of strategic targets. Argument C, that Osterley has a higher ratio of larger family homes than the rest of the borough. OGRA's response. This makes no sense unless combined with information showing that the borough is exceeding its targets for larger family homes elsewhere in the borough, enabling strategic targets to be met overall. Nothing to this effect was claimed. Moreover, the implication is that the developments would be part of an exercise in levelling down the housing mix to bring it close to the rest of the borough. Argument D, that the lower levels had been agreed with the London Borough of Hounslow on the basis of evidence. OGRA's response. This argument fails because if there were such a publicly available document, it would have been accessible. We couldn't find it. A freedom of information request for it yielded only that there is no specific information was being provided because it was claimed the document sought was already in the public domain. It gave links, the FOI response gave links to the inquiry documents and the officer's report to the planning committee, itself included in the inquiry documents. However, Mr. Roberts had told the inquiry that the document sought was not included in the inquiry materials. Furthermore, the officer's report could not be the document requested. At best, it could only be a report on such an agreement, which it doesn't do, and could not itself constitute it. Thus, an extensive search for the alleged public document has produced nothing. It is therefore reasonable to conclude that it doesn't exist. and that the claims made to the inquiry as to its existence and location were incorrect. We conclude that there is no formal recording of an agreement and that the evidence used to establish it on the provision of larger family homes below the default levels given in policy SC3. Furthermore, it is very difficult to imagine what such evidence would look like. The ability to negotiate variations for individual developments must be within the framework of the strategic targets of the local plan. If some developments undershoot the target, then others must overshoot it. This is particularly the case for a development on the scale proposed for Tesco Homebase, for which the undershoot is so significant. Argument E. The application conforms to the London Plan for Housing Mix. Ogre's response. This argument fails because the quantification of needs in question is determined locally and is not set by the London Plan. Argument F. Recent data had shown an increased demand for 1 and 2 bed units. Ogre's response. This argument is ineffective since no data or analyses were provided to show quantitatively how current strategic targets needed to be modified. Argument G. Generally, the development provided well for all various size needs. Ogre's response. This argument was frankly devoid of any real content. It was mere assertion. Finally, argument H. Building with a higher level of 1 and 2 bedroom homes is acceptable near town centres or in high PTAL areas or near a station. Ogre's response. This development is not near a town centre and it does not have a high PTAL. It is near Syon Lane Station. But if guidelines are to be used in combination with intelligence, then it should be clear that because of the stations served by the line, along with the capacity and low frequency of the trains it serves, could not reasonably be considered to overcome the problem of inadequate local transport connections. Guidelines should be interpreted in the light of local intelligence. Hounslow is not meeting its targets for larger family homes. Mr. Booth told the inquiry on day 10, I reject entirely that the council is failing to meet its targets, unquote. However, the council's housing strategy 2019 to 2023, we read, most new homes built in Hounslow between 2010 and 2017 were typically 1 or 2 bedroom properties, leading to a decreasing proportion of larger family properties between 2010 and 2017, end of quote. Also, quote, housing delivery in the last strategy period remained skewed towards small properties, unquote. It is also important to note that the London Plan section on housing mixes requires that, quote, boroughs are encouraged to set out the preferred housing size mix for all tenures as part of a site allocation, unquote. As far as we can ascertain, Hounslow did not do this for the Tesco and Homebase developments. The planning statement for Tesco even claims that the London Plan advises borough not to set targets for different tenures. This is directly contradicted by the above statement from the London Plan. It is also claimed in the planning statement that the Great West Corridor Local Plan Review represents a significant change from the housing mix proportions given in the Hounslow Local Plan. In fact, that review merely reproduces Table 1 from the Strategic Housing Market Assessment Update of October 2018 and says that this table gives the required housing size and mix. The proportion of larger family homes in Table 1 is, as we pointed out during the inquiry, even higher than that of policy SC3 in the local plan. In the Tesco planning statement, the unit sizes are based on, quote, St Edward's assessment of demand for this type of accommodation in this location, but provides no evidence used for that assessment. At no point in the above-mentioned documents is evidence presented as to why the proportion of larger family homes on the Tesco and Homebase developments should be significantly below the strategic targets in the local plan. Conclusion. The proposed development is very large. Failure to meet strategic targets will impact negatively on Hounslow's attempt to deal with overcrowding. The long-term effect would be to perpetuate the borough's overcrowding problem, since no good reason and no objective evidence for this have been provided to justify proportions of larger family homes significantly below the default levels of the local plan. We believe this should be sufficient reason to refuse the applications. My colleague Dominic West will now speak about roads and transport.
Thank you. Turning to roads, as the inspector will be aware, OGRA has made repeated requests for the TfL traffic scenario information, which to date has not been provided. We say that it is vital for the inspector to have this because it is important to corroborate TfL past statements that the Gillette Corner junction is up to capacity and needs major redesign to accommodate any new developments. A concern was raised at the roundtable discussion about the traffic modelling of rugby at Twickenham and its effect on Gillette Corner. Rugby away coaches and general traffic use Cyan Lane Spur Road as part of the rugby matchday route, as do football and other sporting events at the new Brentford Community Stadium. In response, we were told that it didn't matter as these were occasional events. We challenged this given the number of not just rugby matches, but also other events scheduled at these venues and their impact on both the local road network and limited rail capacity at Kew Bridge Station. The discussions also covered the negative effect of the proposed signalised junctions in the vicinity of the Homebase site, and in particular, the impact of vehicles leaving the new Tesco store at peak times, such as on Sunday afternoons. Again, no detailed modelling scenarios were presented. And again, we say that these are matters the inspector will need to consider. With respect to the westbound bus stop on the Great West Road, it was accepted that in order to accommodate a potential new bus route, which would turn right at the Gillette Corner junction, the bus stop would need to be relocated some 40 metres further east. The inspector will recall that the applicant failed to respond as to how this extra 40-metre distance could be considered as convenient to passengers. No consideration was given to the impact on the mobility impaired and those with more than, say, one day's worth of shopping. We believe that far from making the bus stop more accessible, it would do the exact opposite. This is further evidenced by the fact that the proposed cycle lane on the south side of the Great West Road take up the existing footway width, necessitating the relocation of the bus stop further east. This will also be required to enable buses terminating at the new bus stand on Cyan Lane, if the E1 bus is indeed extended there, to safely cross 3 lanes of traffic to enable them to turn right at Gillette Corner. This matter was not disputed by the applicant. Turning to the absence of traffic modelling on Northumberland Avenue. The council acknowledged during the roundtable session that the proposed developments will have an impact on residents living around Northumberland Avenue. That's across the road from the existing home base. The council stated that the anticipated traffic in Northumberland Avenue has not been modelled as part of the traffic around the critical Gillette Corner junction. This again illustrates OGRA's concern that matters have not been looked at carefully and not to the level required to enable permission to be granted. Turning to cycling improvements. During the roundtable discussions, the applicant asserted that improvements would be carried out to link the development with the proposed Cycle Superhighway 9 route on the A315 London Road. However, during examination, no proposals were tabled for Spur Road, with the only proposals being shown for Cyan Lane North, leading up to the existing Tesco store. The improvements to cycling on the Great West Road are limited to a partially off-road cycle route on the south side as far as the Cyan Lane junction. After that, cyclists have to rejoin the main carriageway. Gillette Corner subway. The applicant claims that the developments will fund improvements to lighting and to the general appearance of the subway. However, during the Transport Roundtable discussions, it was confirmed that improvements detailed in the Section 106 agreement were capped at £136,000. These would also include funding for public realm works around the subway from the route to and from Homebase and Tesco. We believe that this contribution is only capable of funding a modest set of improvements, not what is needed to mitigate the impact of the development. I now turn to public transport. Before the inquiry, OGRA felt that there is a lack of adequate public transport provision to serve and enable the two proposed developments. We say the inquiry process has not provided the assurance that our concerns were either without merit or have been resolved. The inquiry needs to be satisfied that the necessary mitigation is not just offered, but indeed mitigates. What we know is that A, public transport connectivity is currently at the lowest end of the PTAL scale. That's PTAL's 3 with 1 and 2, with 1 and 3 in the outer margins, whereas large-scale, high-density developments like these require public transport connectivity of the highest level, i.e. at or close to PTAL 6B, as prescribed by London Plan Policy D3. B, London Borough of Hounslow and TfL, in their Great West Corridor Transport Master Plan dated October 2020, have identified the lack of public transport connectivity as a major constraint affecting development across the Great West Road Corridor opportunity area, particularly at its western end, where indeed these two developments are proposed. It also identifies the need for 2 new public transport connectivity packages incorporating additional rail infrastructure and bus service packages that are essential to remove this constraint and unlock development potential. C, London Plan Policy SD1 states that the enabling infrastructure required for the Great West Corridor opportunity area is classified as nascent, i.e. its feasibility, including affordability, is not yet proven and not classified as planned, which puts it in a much less advanced category than planned and funded. D, in response to OGRA's questions at the inquiry about the absence of any certainty regarding funding and delivery, no detailed response was given during the roundtable discussion. However, the applicant's evidence to this inquiry is that the present public transport provisions are adequate for the proposed new extra residents, estimated at up to 6,500. The H91 bus route, which runs along the Great West Road, is already frequently full, not only during weekday rush hours, but also at weekends. The applicant claims only 1 extra bus service is needed to link Osterley to Ealing Broadway, a 35-minute plus bus journey. But the applicant has failed to provide any detailed evidence for this claim. This does not answer OGRA's objection that the critically necessary connectivity infrastructure remains unfunded, with no certainty about funding for the foreseeable future. At no point has any evidence of public transport modelling been provided to support the case for the predicted trip generation, including at weekends. During the inquiry, the applicant and the council failed to respond to the following fundamental issues. And we believe that these are all key areas over which the inquiry needs to be identified. Satisfied, sorry, thank you. A, how the conclusions of London Borough of Hounslow and TfL in their Great West Corridor Transport Master Plan, October 2020, could now be ignored, i.e. that major development in rail infrastructure and bus service packages are critically needed to unlock and enable development across this opportunity area. This applies particularly to the western end, where the PTAL is very low and where these large-scale, high-density developments are proposed. B, why the developments should be exempted from London Plan policies D3, D2 and D4, which dictate that large-scale, high-density developments like these require public transport connectivity at the highest level, i.e. at or close to PTAL 6B. Also, that development density should be proportionate to the site's public transport connectivity and accessibility, i.e. lowest PTAL can only support lowest density, policies D2 and T4. C, where the evidence is that existing public transport services, South Western Railway, 2 bus routes and Piccadilly line, have the spare capacity to accommodate the additional demand from up to 6,500 additional residents. It is a fact that these services are already at capacity and congested during peak working hours and at school times, following the impact of all the recent housing development before one gets to Osterley. The upgrading of the Piccadilly line infrastructure is unfunded and has been shelved indefinitely. There is a prerequisite for unlocking the full capacity of the new Piccadilly line trains, as it provides a 60% increase in capacity. Conversely, the applicant's proposed additional ticket gate at Osterley station does nothing to increase the capacity on the line. Getting inside a station is not the mitigation. Getting on a train is. Osterley station is at least a 25-minute walk away from the 2 sites. This demonstrates that the applicant's public transport modelling and assumption lack the necessary rigour and therefore credibility. D, despite repeated requests from OGRA, the applicant and the council failed to provide clear and verifiable evidence about their consultations with the transport authorities to demonstrate that the infrastructure and services indeed have the capacity to cope with up to an extra 6,500 residents. No such documentary evidence was posted by the applicant or the council in the library of the public inquiry. The Freedom of Information route did not yield any documents on this subject, other than a response from Network Rail's asset protection team, which is concerned only with the physical impacts from works, such as piling and excavation of the proposed developments on their physical infrastructure. Nothing to do with rail route capacity. E, London Borough of Hounslow officers gave assurances to the council at the planning committee that the critically necessary rail and bus connectivity packages would be funded and delivered to support and enable these developments. However, during the inquiry, they backtracked on this, claiming the connectivity packages are no longer considered necessary, just, and I quote, nice to have, unquote, and that the existing PTAL with the addition of 1 bus service would indeed be sufficient. We say the applicants claim that the existing low PTAL with 1 extra bus service is enough for up to 6,500 residents is clearly unjustified and misleading. We believe that it is not possible to permit these 2 large-scale high-density developments without the timely provision of the necessary rail infrastructure and bus service packages that both London Borough of Hounslow and Transport for London have identified as being necessary. To do so would indeed cause harm. Therefore, OGRA believes that the proposed planning application, if accepted, would constitute a gross overdevelopment. London Plan Policy T4 states that, and I quote, where existing public transport capacity is insufficient to allow for the travel generated by the proposed developments, and no firm plans and funding exist for an increase in capacity to cater for the increased demand, planning permission will be contingent on the provision of necessary public transport and active travel infrastructure. End of quote. For these reasons alone, it is our view that these applications should be refused. I will now hand over to Mohsen Zikri and Liz Guest, who will speak about environment and living conditions. Thank you.
Sorry, could I just correct one slight slip of the tongue, which is that the public transport connectivity is currently at the lowest end of the PTAL scale. It's 2, with 1 and 3 in the outer margin, so it's 2. Thank you.
paragraph are you taking me back to?
That's paragraph 90. It does say 2 in the in our statement,
Yeah, that's-
in the printed form. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dominic. Environment and living condition, climate change, zero carbon and carbon offset. It is disappointing that the Tesco and Homebase developments would not be zero carbon. To reach net zero, the applicant is proposing to make the substantial shortfall by paying into a carbon offset fund. Carbon offsetting should only be used as a last resort when all other possibilities have been explored. No evidence was presented to the inquiry about what alternatives were explored, if any. Single aspect units. We, OGRA, have argued from the beginning that there were far too many single aspect homes, which we say is contrary to London Plan Policy D6. This fundamental issue was not resolved during the inquiry, and we continue to believe that this remains a significant matter worthy of clear consideration if the Council is to achieve its stated objective of ensuring that all homes are of high quality. Quote, to provide a choice of high quality housing for people at all stages of their lives at prices they can afford. End of quote. During the roundtable discussion, we were told by Mr. Roberts that the applicant had gone, quote, far enough to minimize the number of single aspect homes, unquote. As the inspector heard, the House Law Design Review panel clearly did not think so and criticized the high proportion of single aspect units, 35% on the Homebase site and up to 50% on the Tesco site. The inspector asked what the proportion of single aspect home was, when the DRP first reported, and by how much it had been reduced. Mr. Roberts did not provide an adequate answer. Overheating, mechanical ventilation. This summer's heat wave has shown that it is cooler to stay indoors and prevent hot air coming in by shutting windows and closing curtains and blinds. During the roundtable session, we expressed concern that during hot weather, overheating will be exacerbated, particularly in single aspect homes, as mechanical ventilation will pump more hot air into those homes. To prevent overheating, additional energy-intensive air cooling would be required. No solution was proposed to deal with this problem, which will result in significant and recurring higher energy bills for the 166 single aspect homes and 128 semi-dual aspect homes on the Homebase site, and at least 750 single aspect homes on the current Tesco site, all of which will rely on mechanical ventilation. Mr. Roberts, for the applicant, said he could not provide a technical answer. So the problem of overheating remains an unsolved major issue, affecting comfort and fuel efficiency, and is contrary to London Plan Policy D6. The inevitable result will be to increase future energy bills with those residents. The applicant suggested that the heat wave was an exceptional circumstance and that the proposed buildings would be acceptable in normal circumstances. However, all the evidence, including climate change data, points towards current exceptions becoming more frequent and intense. As you all know, climate change and its impact on the world we live in is real and not just a one-off. Daylight, sunlight, and overshadowing. During the inquiry, Mr. Roberts acknowledged that, quote, there is a degree of reduction in light that largely relates to the low density of the existing sites and the density of the development then proposed, unquote. But this was then subjected to further analysis of how much light people are left with. Quote, to come to a proper balanced judgment about the quality of light those properties will enjoy in the future, unquote. Our concerns relate to some of the properties in Northumberland Gardens, Cyan Lane, and Auckland Avenue, and they were not satisfactorily addressed during the inquiry, especially as it has proved difficult to access all the data, and the inspector herself stated that she had noticed that not all the environmental statement was in its complete form in the core document library. For example, CD 2.5.5 was missing chapter 13, and that is still missing. I'd like to hand over to my colleague, Liz Guest.
Thank you. Good morning,
Thank you.
everyone. Morning, Mum. Air quality. We remain very concerned about the level of air pollution at Gillette Corner. Mr. Rusby, for the applicant, rejected the use of the Breathe London data from its monitoring unit at Gillette Corner on the grounds that its instrumentation did not meet reference standards. We understand the point, but we regret that the council has not installed reference standard equipment at this very busy location, which residents have been requesting for some years. Mr. Smith for the council claimed that the pollution levels at Gillette Corner were within the UK limit values, and that this was indicated by the monitoring equipment which Mr. Rusby said was near to Gillette Corner. Specifically, he claimed that the Bush Corner monitor was one such. The problem with this is that, as reported to the Cabinet in London Borough of Hounslow's Air Quality Annual Status Report for 2021, published in the end of May this year, Bush Corner is one of the few monitoring points showing a yearly exceedance of the nitrogen dioxide limit at 44.1 micrograms per cubic metre. The limit is 40 micrograms per cubic metre. The report for the previous year also shows a nitrogen dioxide exceedance at 40.5 micrograms per cubic metre, even during the partial shutdown due to the pandemic. The Bush Corner junction is important, but very much smaller than that at Gillette Corner, where the throughput of traffic is several times greater. We respectfully ask the inspector to consider, in the absence of compelling direct measurements, if the NO2 pollution at Gillette Corner is likely to be less than that at Bush Corner. The potential development of the Gillette building as film studios, ultimately employing some 2,000 people, can only add to Gillette Corner's traffic throughput. Amenity space. During the roundtable discussion about amenity space, we stated that there is a shortfall of about 1,600 square metres at the Homebase site and 4,343 square metres on the Tesco site. Mr. Smith, for the council, said that the standards for amenity space are not fixed minimums and that there is flexibility subject to design, and that, I quote, "The design is of a high quality in that context, and we thought that was acceptable," unquote. Nevertheless, there is still a shortfall in amenity space as set out in policy SC5 of the Hounslow Local Plan, which gives benchmark standards for amenity space. Mr. Roberts stated that private amenity space is compliant with the London Plan, except for 12 flats on the Homebase site. He stated that, I quote, "The communal amenity target is not rigidly applied to developments that are of a higher density where they're optimizing the capacity of the site of this nature," unquote. So there is again a shortfall of amenity space compared to the benchmark standard. Mr. Roberts stated that there were a number of public open spaces close to the sites. Syon Park and Boston Manor Park are 11 and 14 minutes walk away, respectively, from Homebase, and Jersey Gardens is 14 minutes walk from the Tesco site, so not exactly on the doorstep, thus depriving families with young children and senior citizens of adequate access. All other parks are more than 15 minutes walk away. In our proof of evidence on green space, we showed that there would be a significant shortfall of 474 square metres on the Homebase site of play space for children, and a deficit of either 94 square metres or 538 square metres on the Tesco site. The applicant and council have not provided an explanation for the different figures given in the different documents, CD 2.2 and CD 4.4. Provision of rooftop amenity areas would be counterproductive to levelling up, as access assumes that residents of affordable homes are capable of paying the higher service charges dictated by the increased costs of maintaining landscaped areas at roof level. The higher maintenance costs were acknowledged by the applicant and the council. Furthermore, the noise of aircraft every 90 seconds heading for Heathrow over the Homebase site rooftop amenity makes it not fit for purpose, and the applicant has provided no solution. COVID-19 has highlighted the critical need for adequate open green spaces. The applicant has failed to recognise and plan for these needs, particularly as the two developments were being finalised during the pandemic. This is hugely disappointing because a scheme of this scale and nature should be leading by example, as many in the sector are now doing. By way of example, the developer British Land is providing generous and easily accessible areas of green spaces at their London sites. The summary and conclusion will now be covered by Barbara Striak.
In summary, we say the form, height, scale, massing and density of the proposed developments, with up to 16 blocks, some reaching 17 stories, are totally out of character with the area and would dominate the nearby low-rise buildings. This fact was demonstrated by the 3D model and professional photos commissioned through OGRA's modest resources and corroborated during a 2-day accompanied site visit led by the planning inspector. The proposed developments failed by a very large margin to meet the objectively assessed housing needs in Hounslow. The borough requires considerably more larger family homes of 3 and 4 bedrooms, not more studios and overcrowded 1 and 2 bedroom flats. By way of reminder, the makeup of the developments is that over 80% of the flats would be studio and 1 and 2 bedroom. The applications conflict with planning policy on a number of key and fundamental areas, particularly relating to building high-density developments in areas with poor PTAL. The public transport provision in the area is already way beyond its capacity. Long queues at bus stops result in long waits for buses with available capacity, and the new H91 buses only have capacity for 81 passengers compared to the previous 89. The tube is already packed from 7 a.m. at Osterley. How public transport will serve and support the needs of developments has not been adequately demonstrated. One of the council's stated aims is to build high-quality homes. However, it chose to dismiss the serious concerns raised by its own design review panel. We say substantial weight needs to be given to this. We say these developments should demonstrate learning from the pandemic and also changes in our climate. The types and quality of accommodation, as well as the quantum and usability of the outdoor areas, are now more key than ever before. However, the proposals fail to demonstrate any innovation or forward thinking. We say this is a missed opportunity and the failure or refusal to innovate must not be accepted. These developments would cause permanent harm to local heritage assets, primarily Gillette, the Grade 2 listed building, and create irreversible harm to strategic views from Kew's Royal Botanic Gardens, Syon Park and Osterley Park. The harms would outweigh the benefits. For all these reasons, we ask these applications be refused planning permission. In May 2022, the Secretary of State, announcing his plans for levelling up and housing, stated the following, and I quote, "You've had dormitories, not neighbourhoods. So, beauty, infrastructure, democracy, environment, neighbourhood. People have been resistant to developments because far too often you've had numbers plonked down simply to reach an arbitrary target. Too many new homes have been ugly, shoddily constructed, and of poor quality. Identikit creations plonked down without regard to the shape and character of existing communities. Many new developments have not been accompanied by the investment in infrastructure required alongside. So schools, GP surgeries and roads have become increasingly under pressure, and existing residents' quality of life suffers. And all of this has meant that instead of creating and enhancing neighbourhoods, we have seen dormitories planted in the wrong place in the wrong way. So we are giving local communities the ability to prescribe the design of new homes. And I will use my powers to enforce high aesthetic standards on new developments. Some of our big house builders, used to imposing their wishes on our communities, may balk. Unquote. We totally concur with these comments of the Secretary of State. So to conclude, we have said all along that the principle of development is accepted on these sites. We said that redevelopment must provide housing which not only respects the area's residential character and its heritage, but it must also meet known housing needs. All residents should be entitled to a happy and healthy existence. This requires guaranteed access to adequate public transport, the necessary local infrastructure and utilities. We say that a suitable replacement for the Tesco site would be a 21st century equivalent of the local Wyke estate, with plenty of houses and low-rise blocks of flats with generous open spaces. Our limit is 6 stories to match the height of the nearby Grade 2 listed Gillette building. We respectfully request that the planning applications be recommended for refusal. Only a refusal will allow a high-quality development to come forward. Only a refusal will create opportunities to enhance the area and provide new residents with the type of accommodation which meets their direct and immediate housing needs. Only a refusal will send a message that building a cohesive community is important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've just got one quick question, if I may. On page 5 of 24, paragraph 26, there's a figure there. It was Ms. Skokolska. Says the council has identified that 8,287 homes can be built in the Great West Corridor using the, sorry, it's the wrong bit. Yeah, it's that bit where that figure 8,287 comes from is my question.
So it says
Come here.
The first part, we've
it's
got
from the master
capacity.
plan, so it's CD 1039.
It's from the same
There's a
document.
table. Yes,
Yep.
there's a table in there.
It's the same document, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Ma'am, can I ask through you that we have a copy of that at some point before I give my closing? A hard copy. I enjoyed listening to it, but I haven't.
Oh, you
been
don't have
provided with a
copies?
hard copy.
Sorry.
No, don't apologize.
Yes, I can provide copies later. I will
Okay.
do.
Perhaps could someone from the
Madam,
council do that more quickly, yes?
yes. I mean, if there was a copy, then the council can certainly take that away and get it photocopied and have copies circulated.
We don't need a paper copy just to save time doing that, but Mr. Warren obviously
He'll want
as
one.
herself. So
Well, we're going to take a short adjournment now anyway.
Will be fine for us in due course.
Thanks very much.
Okay. Just again to remind you, I will need copies sending electronically to the case officer. Can they be in Word format so that they can be cut and pasted into the report, copy and pasted into the report? Thank you. So we are now 10:22. If we take a break until 10:35. Thank you. Library. Library. 13. Homebase. Just 13. Um, Welcome back. I have just double checked that paragraph 103 of your closings, Mr. Zikri made reference at the very end there to missing chapter in the environmental statement.
Yes.
That's in the inquiry library now, the whole of the.
I looked the other day and that chapter still wasn't there.
Well, I've just looked at it, it's there. It's ID 2.40.52.
Sorry, right.
ID 2.40.52.
ID
2.40.52 through to 2.4077. So that's the chapter and all the appendices. You all right there?
Pen keeps breaking. ID 2.40.52
through to 2.40.77 and ID 2.41.59.
But it wasn't in CD 2.5.5, which is where the
No,
other
they were
chapters
missing,
were.
and so I asked for the whole thing to be uploaded, and it was uploaded as an inquiry document.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Linus.
Oh, right, okay. Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, the proposals in this case would provide for very substantial new development, in particular housing, within a designated opportunity area in London. But they are, at their heart, asking for extensive permanent harm to be caused across a wide area that is replete with heritage designations, including assets of the greatest importance which hold a special place in our national culture. Historic England is the lead body for the heritage sector and the government's principal advisor on the historic environment. And as a statutory consultee and with its specialist role, its views should be given considerable weight, and there must be cogent and compelling reasons for departing from them. We've appeared at the inquiry to explain why the applicant and the council have, in differing ways, underplayed both the breadth and depth of harm held in prospect by these schemes. Its concerns are supported by Kew, who occupy and manage the estate as the hereditary property of the Crown on behalf of the Secretary of State at DEFRA. As statutory custodians of the gardens, they have submitted cogent written objections. The objection of the Gardens Trust, an important statutory consultee for registered parks and gardens, rightly extends to the harmful effects of the scheme on Sion as well as Austerley. This opposition chimes with the conclusion of ICOMOS as advisors to UNESCO that the applications before this inquiry should be refused. Even on the applicant's case, these proposals would cause harm to the significance of the Grade 1 RPG at Sion, the Grade 1 Sion House, the Grade 1 Lion Gate at Sion, and the Grade 2 Star RPG at Austerley Park. Related harm would be caused to two conservation areas, Austerley Park and Isleworth Riverside. The council accepts some further low degrees of harm to the Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew Conservation Area and the former Collie Factory. But on the proper analysis advanced by HE, it would be worse and would also involve harm to OUV of the Kew World Heritage Site, an asset of international importance, and it would be proposed despite the potential for emerging policy aspirations for the opportunity area to be achieved without it. Now, before turning to the assets in question, some points on approach. First, when assessing harm, it's common ground that as the Tulip and Citron decisions established, the key point is not to engage in an exercise of identifying what elements of significance are untouched or undrained away. It's to consider the importance of what would be affected, that is, the setting to significance. When reaching judgments, the important task is to focus not on the physically undisturbed assets, but on the contribution that setting makes to significance. Secondly, it's agreed that just because a scheme does not affect the physical fabric of an asset, this does not dictate that judgments on harm should somehow be automatically relegated towards the lower end of the spectrum of harm. In this agreed context, we say caution must be exercised with the recent Edith Summerskill House decision, where the inspector indicated that unless the asset concerns derives a major proportion of its significance from its setting, then it's very difficult to see how an impact on its setting can advance a long way along the scale towards substantial harm. Insofar as it purports to lay down some rule about where harm should be pitched in any case, it's agreed that it shouldn't be treated as such. But it also invites the sort of quantitative and mechanical approach which, it's agreed, should be avoided when making what are in the end broad qualitative judgments on harm. And in circumstances where the designation of heritage assets will inevitably be based on the extensive significance in their form and fabric, it appears to impliedly and artificially restrict cases where setting impacts move beyond low levels of harm. But as is accepted, substantial investment of significance in the physical asset in no way precludes a judgment that setting also makes a substantial contribution to significance in ways which could well lead to findings much further along the spectrum. It's not necessary for that contribution to somehow be regarded as a major proportionate one in terms of significance to justify such a conclusion. There's nothing in the legislation or their policy to support that approach. Indeed, by explaining that even minor works may cause substantial harm, the PPG illustrates how a more nuanced judgment is required in each case. Similarly, in the context of the OUV of a World Heritage Site, the proper approach does not involve a numbers game of just counting up the components of the attributes that are affected and translating this directly into a judgment on harm. Even where only a single or a few attributes are affected, this does not of itself mean that harm falls short of something which is central significance or dictate a finding of harm towards the lower end of the spectrum. Thirdly, it's agreed that any assessment of harm should not be calibrated simply by reference to the extent of development as a proportion of the overall setting. Judgments will depend on the importance of the views affected as well as the extent of the impact. Leaving a number of views on harm should not mean that harm is placed at the lower end of the spectrum, and the weight attached to harm should not be reduced simply because it only affects a small part of the asset, or for that matter pitched at the lower end just because it does not occupy a large extent of the view. Fourthly, when reaching judgments on harm and identifying the nature of an impact, the appearance of a building so as to lift or draw the eye away from a heritage asset is a basis for finding harm, that is, the ability to appreciate the asset. So too is the effect of a proposal in distracting from or competing with appreciation of those buildings. The greater the likelihood or extent of these effects occurring, the greater the potential for harm. The fifth point, ma'am, is that the highest quality design, properly understood, moves beyond the consideration of any building as a thing in itself and requires a careful response to context, including the heritage context. Architectural quality of a building per se is not therefore to be equated with the avoidance of harm. Genuinely well-designed buildings are therefore based on a full assessment and appreciation of their relationships with heritage assets, not only in the immediate area, but further afield. And relationship to context, in particular heritage, is critical to a successful design in its broad sense, and an unsympathetic response to heritage context weighs heavily against the quality of the scheme design. Sixth, when assessing harm, it's also necessary to consider cumulative harm. This means considering cumulative effects overall, not just the additive effect of incremental change where impacts have previously arisen. GPA 3 on the setting of heritage assets describes cumulative assessment as the identification of impacts that are the result of introducing the development into the view in combination with other existing and proposed developments. The combined impact may not simply be the sum of the impacts of individual developments, it may be more or less. The same approach is taken in the mayoral SPG on World Heritage Sites, which advises that the cumulative effect of separate impacts should also be considered. These are impacts that are caused by incremental changes caused by past, present, or potential developments with planning permission that cumulatively with the proposed development can have a significant impact on the setting of a World Heritage Site. The PPG states that planning decisions need to take into account the principle of protecting a World Heritage Site and its setting from the effect of changes which are relatively minor, but which on a cumulative basis could have a significant effect. The recent HE advice note on tall buildings continues the theme by confirming that the determination of impact should consider cumulative, the combined impacts on heritage assets from existing, consented and proposed tall buildings, adding that it's important for local planning authorities to consider cumulative impacts of tall building proposals with other existing tall buildings to fully understand the impacts they might have so that where harm exists, it is not compounded. Now, ma'am, in this context, it's clear that guidance requires existing harm to be combined with proposed harm. Historic England and Kew had put these matters to the Citron inquiry, and it's clear from the decision that the inspector rejected any suggestion that incremental harm should be assessed only and addressed cumulative harm on the basis advanced by parties other than the applicant and reached an in-combination view. No issue was taken with that approach by the Secretary of State. The Tulip decision took the same approach. It was also an agreed position in the Albany Riverside case. Now, at this inquiry, it appears that neither the applicant nor the council have heeded the guidance, despite it being suggested or implied that some harm had already been caused to setting. Their approach runs contrary to the position established in Citron and reactivates the concern that was accepted in that case. The risk of a shifting baseline, Mr. Frodham explicitly worked on this basis, where no proper control is applied to compounding harm. It's no answer to say that this accumulation is relevant to some tipping point of harm. Whilst cumulative harm will have a particular importance where a tipping point, presumably a movement into substantial harm, is an issue, there's no logical reason to limit its consideration to these circumstances only. Where it is to be assessed, it will remain relevant to where on the spectrum of a loss of significance a proposal would leave the asset as the previous decisions recognised. And there is no sense in waiting for such a tipping point before stepping in, as it were, because much heritage interest would have been lost by then. It's simply not an effective response to concerns that significance is lost through a death by 1,000 cuts. Now, the Council disavowed the cumulative approach taken in the guidance properly interpreted, as well as previous decisions, despite following it, we say, in its committee report, by relying upon an incremental approach founded on a neutral baseline, albeit that it appeared to accept that an interaction between the baseline harm and the new harm would require the harm caused by the interaction to be considered. Quite what that means, if it's not an assessment of overall harm, is unclear and wasn't explained. As for complaints about judging which development to take into account, this will inevitably require judgments in individual cases, and it hasn't prevented even the Council identifying where harm has arisen in the past. But in any event, it was agreed that judgments on harm here would differ if development which is conceded to cause existing harm were added into the assessment. This said, as Mr. Stroud explained in chief, where the harm does add to existing detractors, the height, massing and location of the proposals introduces a new form of impact, different in effect. Now, ma'am, at least some of the differences between the parties can be attributed to the failures of the applicant and the Council to apply the principles that I've set out, including the underestimation of the contribution made by setting alongside the excessively qualified calibration of the harm that these proposals would cause. Mr. Stroud has pitched his various assessments of harm on the basis that harm akin to Bedford would be substantial, that is, where significance is vitiated or very much reduced, accepting, of course, that substantial harm is a high test, and he is not alleging any of the impacts he has found to fall into that category. His assessment is to be preferred for reasons that I'll now summarise. Ma'am, I'll deal with Sion first of all. I won't read paragraph 19 because, as you said, you've heard plenty of evidence on significance, but I'll turn to paragraph 20. Foundational to its significance has been Sion's position on an elite stretch of the Thames, close to favoured rural residences and set away from the relative tumult of the city. By the 18th century, its significance was confirmed by the celebrity of its setting in an Arcadian Thames landscape that was seminal to the painting and culture of the time, by a chapter of interventions that bore the unmistakable genius of Capability Brown and Robert Adam, and by its privileged position opposite the seat of the monarchs at Kew. The Thames landscape strategy describes Sion Reach as bordered by two of the most significant designed landscapes in Britain, Kew on the one side, Sion on the other. The river edge of the park is deliberately open and exposed under Brown's design, and the house and park have for centuries now been intended to be seen from renowned views across the Thames, including from Kew, where Brown's later work reinforced the connection between the landscapes of the respective estates. Views from the eastern bank, as well as from Kew itself, possess a profound beauty and remarkable intact historical character, which allows him to powerfully capture the significance of the park and house by conveying past experiences as well as artistic associations deriving from scenes that Canaletto and many others depicted here. The contribution setting makes to the significance of the house and park, as illustrated in these views, is substantial. It's central to design significance, as it was the location for Brown's vision of naturalised parkland sweeping to the river within a wider undeveloped Arcadian scene. Its important architectural significance because it allows an appreciation of the distinctive features of Sion House, including the Percy Lion, turrets and crenellation. It's also highly important to artistic significance, given its association with depictions of the Thames within a renowned cultural movement of landscape painting during the 18th and 19th centuries. Views CA, G, AF, and MS3 offer very rich perspectives on the architecture of the house, and they set the house within its Brown-designed Arcadian pastoral vision and give the strong sense of the artistic associations made between the house and its pastoral setting next to the river. The persisting absence of development in them underscores this contribution by helping to emphasize the forms of the crenellation Percy land that were intended to display the importance of the family and their prominence in a wider setting. The Syon Park Management Plan illustrates the importance of views from the eastern side of the river and so confirms the major contribution that setting makes to significance here. Now, ma'am, attempts to downplay the contribution of setting here were misplaced. Whilst walkers on journeys along the path will encounter modern development further afield, including the stretches at Brentford and Isleworth, this reach of the Thames possesses a special character of its own, as the Albany River Inspectorate recognised. There is a distinct feel to this stretch. The eye is drawn over the river in these views, where there's no sense of development in any association with Syon. Any sense of urban development a distance away recedes well away to either end of the view. The applicant also downgrades the importance of these views excessively in comparing them with the view from Syon Outlook within Kew, which is described as possessing the qualities of proscenium arch. But we know from the cultural output of the Arcadian Thames that it was depicted not as a theatre and not specifically from Syon Outlook, but rather as a landscape with a foreground, middle ground and background, and from locations beyond Syon Outlook, which illustrate the rich variety of highly attractive views that were available to artists of the day. They conveyed an ideal of the eye seeing an estate standing alone in a pastoral setting, with no significant intrusion from other development which compromised the ideal, and with no single representative viewpoint. The Syon Park Management Plan plainly does not regard views away from the outlook as unimportant either, recording the impressive sequence along the towpath, including the Canaletto view, which should be celebrated. Nobody doubts the importance of the Syon Outlook, ma'am, but this cannot realistically be taken to materially diminish the value of other views which were depicted within a strong artistic tradition and are taken in on any visit to Thames Path here. Now, ma'am, a rather technical aspect of this debate was the claim that the Canaletto view should not be treated as particularly important because Canaletto would actually have painted Syon House in its setting from a different location. Interesting as it is, none of this work should affect the value of the viewpoint from this part of the Thames Path. It leaves undisturbed the rationale for the painting, depicting the beauty of Syon House in its setting, enhanced by looking across the water from the east. This is plainly how Canaletto and his patrons wanted Syon to be seen. The fact that viewers may stand in a location which allows a close understanding of such an important artistic intent and connection still contributes to the high significance of this view. And any suggestion that there is interest simply in the painting itself as part of a cultural tradition ignores the role that paintings such as the Canaletto can play in revealing the heritage significance of assets, including Syon. Ma'am, in the Capability Brown design sweeping parkland west of the house, the rare collaboration of Brown with Adam has considerable special interest, which is largely preserved by the tree-bounded parkland as the enveloping setting for its internal composition. It may be more traditionally bound by walls and tree planting here, but when their screening is combined with valuable views of extensive open land, they foster the idea and ideal of a pastoral retreat. The sense of this remains legible today, and here the landscape strongly supports the experience of routes through the park, as well as important architectural features that are designed to articulate them, whilst providing appealing markers in their own right, including the Pepperpot Lodges, the Lion Gate, and Wyatt's Bridge. Views from this part of the RPG and conservation area display the design intent to create an Arcadian illusion, which is highly important to the significance of the park and its relationship with the house. Viewpoints further into the estate, closer to Lion Gate and approaching Wyatt's Bridge, are to similar effect. Now, ma'am, as the inspector in the allotments appeal found, the illusion was a never-ending Arcadian landscape, and here the point is about skillful artifice. The overall sense of development not appearing above the tree line is integral to the creation of the illusion. The conservation area appraisal accordingly identifies tall buildings as threats to significance because they interfere with the positive contribution that the lack of such development makes towards the design intent of invoking an illusory sense of reality, whatever may lie beyond the boundaries. That sense is crucial to the heritage significance of the parkland and the setting of the house on its western side. A correct analysis does not treat modern tall buildings in the view as a neutral baseline, as the applicant and the council appear to have assumed. That approach fails to properly consider the contribution that setting makes specifically to heritage significance, where fostering the sense of the Arcadian illusion is key. The landscape here was instead conceived to create the semblance of an undisturbed landscape beyond, even if it doesn't exist in reality. And the enclosure of the parkland was never intended to allow for or emphasise the layered existence of an urban metropolis beyond. As regards the Parkland Road, this is not the original approach to the house, but it has historical significance in any event, given its creation in the 19th century as a route to the house. Views from here are important by allowing for the broad sweep of the RPG to be appreciated in the context of the house, which punctuates the route at its far end. On any walk along there, the viewer is predominantly aware of the expansive parkland, which is central to the significance of the RPG and the contribution setting makes to the house. The Isleworth Riverside Conservation Area appraisal also identifies views from here, which suggests some recognition of their importance. Now, as far as harm is concerned, all parties treat the RPG in the conservation area in effectively the same way, and the assessments of harm equate to those relating to the house and the RPG. The difference is between low and medium-high less than substantial harm. For structures within the park, the difference is between low and medium-high harm, Lion Gate, and between findings of no harm and various findings of lower grade harm for other buildings, which I've identified there. Differences of judgment here stem from, we say, an undervaluing of the contribution made by setting to significance, as I've explained, a failure to properly recognise the distinctive cumulative impacts of the proposals, as explained partly before, and I'll come on to this, or basic disagreements on the magnitude of impact, where we say the other parties have just not recognised the distinctive effects arising from the height of these proposals. I'll deal first with views from the east. Ma'am, the technical note provided to the inquiry yesterday in response to questions raised about the video states that prior to the 46-second point raised with Dr. Mealy, riverside vegetation on the quay side of the Thames obscures Sion House and the proposed development from view, and vegetation made it impossible for AVR to prepare a visualization showing the view towards Sion House with the home-based development rendered. Now, ma'am, looking at the video, including the seconds immediately before the 46 seconds point that we identified at the inquiry, we still struggle with that position. Whatever technical difficulties there may have been with the preparation of the render at this point, looking at the video, views would still appear to be available through to Sion House, and the viewer is unlikely to see the development simply pop up abruptly at a position representing the 46-second stage of the video. Further, looking at the numbered plan and comparing it with the video, to us it still seems difficult to reconcile the short span between 43 and 46 seconds in the video with the distance between 1 and 3 on the plan. Looking at the AVR material in this context, as the viewer walks east, there are views towards Sion Park which are obtained by the MSC4 location before the start of the video sequence. And as Mr. Stroud explained, before a location represented by about MSE3, the Canaletto view, there will be views across the Sion and the house with proposals, and this is consistent with the AVR viewpoint material. Those walking on the towpath next to the queue boundary will have a sequence of views over what we say to be a considerable length, taking in not only MSE3, which is around the start of the video, but AG, MSE2, and AF as far as the point approaching the southernmost edge of the Sion outlook. As shown in the AVR plan, AF lies beyond the 80-metre length of the video sequence, as shown in the AVR study. Now, I should say, when I refer to AG and AF here, as I do with the other views, it's to the site visit plans, which are the blow-ups, which we say are more suitable for your purposes. And I can identify that in a footnote. From the eastern side of the house, we say the schemes would rise intrusively above and behind the park's tree canopy from points along the stretch of the Thames path, tracking across the background to the house and overtopping its roofline, disrupting perception of its battlements, chimneys, and the Percy line, seriously distracting from an appreciation of the house within its intact Arcadian and painterly setting. The video helps reveal not only the full extent of the Homebase site scheme, but also how different elements of the overall proposals appear jarringly over the top of the house, competing with and distracting attention away from the gables, crenellations, and Percy land that were designed to exert influence within a wider pastoral scene. They would strongly divert the eye from an appreciation of the relationship between the house, the parkland, and the river. The overtopping is a form of impact which, as the applicant accepted, is often regarded as more significant due to the sense of competition it engenders. The scheme would strongly disrupt the clarity of understanding that intact clear sky provides behind the lower roofline and its battlements, and it would remain intrusive through what the applicant described as visual attachment to the house, then in views to the right of the house moving east. These proposals, ma'am, would be unmistakably urban in character, the first conspicuously urban development to intrude centrally into composition, considerably disturbing the character and well-preserved illusion in this deep Arcadian view. Now, both the applicant and the council accept there would be changes to the skyline of a distinctive silhouette, but then fail, we say, to recognise the true implications of the change, including the harm that would continue to arise when the scheme moves to the right of the house. And they then go on to rely on various factors to wrongly calibrate downwards the extent of the harm. We say, ma'am, the kinetic nature of the views does not affect how the eye is drawn across the water, and they in fact confirm the sequence of potential viewpoints that reinforces, not dilutes, the harm. They emphasise the tracking movement of the proposals, in particular the Homebase scheme, across the top of the house. And this kinetic sequence is ultimately made of a series of compositions, many reflecting the various artists' perspectives and the multiple moments and features of significance in both landscapes. It's no answer to say that the architectural character of the proposals mitigates impact. There is no reasonable prospect of architectural detailing being discernible at a distance. And the primary source of harm is not that detail anyway, it's the height and massing of the schemes, which will be readily apparent even at the distance between the site and Sion House. The claim that motion parallax creates a sense of the foreground moving faster than objects at distance is familiar, but it would not affect the strong sense of intrusive buildings tracking behind the house. Any effect in establishing a distance between the viewer and the proposals would not materially diminish the prominence and intrusion that they would cause. The train window effect here still requires new visual work of the viewer, causing harm in itself, introducing a new structure of distinctively urban character which stands out against the greenery, and in relation to the house draws the eye away from the highly significant point of focus. Ultimately, because of the tracking effect, the proposal would behave differently to anything else in the view, spreading the impact along the composed riverside. Reliance on a light colour palette does not assist either. Even a cursory look at the visuals demonstrates that this point has been overplayed. The ability of the eye to discern built form means that proposals will not, as contended, blend with the sky dome. There is no evidence that the colours of the proposed buildings were devised specifically with Sion House in mind, and if anything, Homebase would have a palette of materials which introduce confusion into the views. Impact will not be qualified either by the recognition that proposals will be associated with a recognisable and different place. The form of the proposals will straightforwardly distract the viewer from appreciating Sion House in the view, whatever the viewer knows about the location of the buildings. But for many or most, the location will not be readily understood, not least because it isn't discernible in the view and it has no obvious civic function. Even if some are aware of the buildings being constructed elsewhere in Hounslow, that is not of itself going to mitigate harm to an appreciation of this heritage asset in these views. If that contention were accepted, the mere claim of development being seen in a different location could be used illegitimately to downgrade or justify considerable setting impacts anywhere. The suggestion that the viewer would appreciate there are gaps between the buildings does not sit with a concession that there would be some coalescence of the buildings in the view. Even accepting that the visuals before the inquiry are visual aids alone, Nothing in them indicates discernible or material gaps in buildings, or that any such gaps would in reality qualify the harm that the buildings would cause. The duration of visual impact is not, as the applicant claims, a factor which meaningfully qualifies harm. Here, questions of duration must yield to the importance of the views, and on this highly important reach of the Thames, the harm would arise in highly valuable views along a walk which includes but goes beyond the duration shown in the video. These impacts last for much of the part of the Thames where the best views of the house and park are to be obtained. The observance of the schemes from more than one viewpoint at different points above and besides the points tends to reinforce the harm, not dilute it. There is then no good reason to rely on these considerations, as the applicant and the council have, to pitch harm at the lower end of the spectrum when considering impacts. Furthermore, they're finding that harm here, although low to medium in these views alone, is part of a low degree of harm to the RPG, house or conservation area, because that wrongly focuses on what is not drained away, rather than properly recognising the contribution to significance of what is affected here and to the west of the house, and assessing the harm accordingly. Moving to the other side of the house, the height, massing and proximity of the proposals would leave the western parkland highly exposed to views of new development rising above and in between existing trees, drawing the eye upwards and away from the park and its associated structures to a prominent, bulky and incongruous urban mass extended across the view by the Tesco scheme from the stepped-up roofline of the Homebase towers. Taking first the viewpoints along Park Road, the scale of development above the tree belt is substantial. The proposals will be prominent in views drawing the eye over the top of the boundary and the tree line, away from the landscape that's central to significance, impairing the appreciation of the Arcadian illusion. The primary effect is from the Homebase scheme.
How do you find it online? Do you know what the YouTube link is? You did, didn't you? You did.
I just Googled it.
That's what I was going to do.
Yeah, Council Tesco inquiries.
Oh, yeah, I was just saying error.
He's done so well all week, isn't it?
It's just given up the ghost. It's had too much from Scott. That's it. Madam, I think we're back up.
Okay, well, okay, I have. Well, welcome back, everyone. Okay. I'll return then, ma'am, I think it was at paragraph 71. Right, we're good to go. In dismissing the potential for harm to the World Heritage Site, the applicant and the council largely rely on the absence of a specific reference in the management plan to experiences in the Thames Path playing a role in conveying the OUV of the gardens. True it is that extensive work was carried out to prepare the plan, but does not have to and cannot realistically explicitly identify every single setting relationship review or to anticipate the potential for harm from every development proposal that may come forward. In any event, as I've explained, read fairly and as a whole, it makes clear the importance of land within the buffer zone to the significance of the gardens, and it explains in the context of the palimpsest of landscape design how earlier landscape forms provided an experience of views from areas across the Thames to Sion. It recognised the potential for development outside the buffer zone to threaten the setting of the property in general terms. That is more than sufficient, we say, to establish a link between this aspect of the setting and with OUV. The failure to acknowledge or understand it undermines the approach taken by the applicant and the council to the World Heritage Site. Turning briefly to other views from within the World Heritage Site, the inquiries consider the prospect of harm perceived from the most southerly part of the Sion outlook or lawn, whichever way you want to describe it. As the council accepted in its committee report, the setting of this vista is integral to the significance of the World Heritage Site and its OUV, and so is very sensitive to change. There's no dispute about that. The management plan explains that the lawn provides a sense of the earlier brown landscape and the relationship with the Thames and Sand Park beyond, such that the intrusion of urban development here would have the potential to affect its rich and diverse historic cultural landscape, providing a palimpsest of landscape design, and that appears to be common ground. More generally, the management plan emphasises how the experience of Kew is not a static but a dynamic one, as evidenced by informal desire lines made by visitors to obtain views of the river outside. Physical features of the landscape palimpsest attribute, including the ability to roam freely to develop experiences of the gardens. Any glimpsed views through areas of woodland across the river are plainly not the set-piece views gained elsewhere. However, development in them has the potential to erode the sense of Kew's Arcadian Thameside setting. I turn then to harm. The applicant and now the council argue that in respect of the World Heritage Site and RPG, there would be no harm at all. The council accepts a low level of harm to the conservation area. We argue for a generally medium level of less than substantial harm. If the towpath is rightly taken as part of the setting that contributes to significance, harm assessed in relation to Sion would also arise in relation to Kew. Views along the Thames Path demonstrate the intent and experience of past phases of landscape design at Kew and its intended relationship with Sion within a broad Arcadian vision that carried across the river. Harm illustrated by these views from the path would generate harm in respect of Kew similarly to how it arises in respect of Sion across the water. The failure to acknowledge the setting relationship here is an important shortcoming in the analyses presented in favour of the schemes. It largely explains the differences of position on Kew. The extent of impact, allied to the significance of the setting here in helping to understand the relationship between Kew and Sion, justifies a finding which moves beyond a low level of harm. As for locations within the gardens, the differences relate to whether the proposals could be visible from the southernmost part of the Sion outlook, as well as areas around the nearby shelter and woodland walk, and whether visibility would meaningfully affect OUV. Mr. Stroud explained his view that notwithstanding work carried out by AVR, his experiences on site suggest that there may be views from these locations. The council and applicant do not accept the potential for visibility from Sion outlook, but they appear prepared to concede the possibility that there are points near the boundary where a break in the tree cover could allow a glimpse view or that the boundary planting is not impermeable. This, ma'am, is essentially a matter of judgment for you having regard to the site visit, but any view of the scheme from the Sion outlook would involve the introduction of modern built form in, as we said, a highly sensitive location, albeit that this could only introduce a low level of harm. If it's considered that glimpse views would be available elsewhere, then they would have some, albeit limited, impact by introducing development into views which offer glimpses into the Thames setting that's largely devoid of modern influences. The management plan is a recent document, but the management of Kew is not static, and Kew sees an opportunity to reinforce the relationship with the Thames here, allowing further views towards Sion, which would help draw attention to the importance of earlier landscape design of making these expansive views into the wider rural idyll. The Thames landscape strategy advises the whole relationship between Kew and Sion could be improved. Harm realised by the proposals would limit the scope for Kew to improve that relationship as custodians of the gardens. As for ferry gates, ma'am, the contribution of the towpath to the Kew experience and extending the contribution of these views along the riverbank was amplified from the 1870s until the 1970s by the existence of the ferry gate. Various Victorian and newer visitor routes converge a little south of the Sion outlook and connect to the gate, which was built particularly to serve visitors using the ferry to the south and the many steamboat services. The gate was positioned to serve visits to the Sion outlook and does not offer a design view. Now, we accept that, but its introduction and form was informed by the Victorian gardeners' appreciation for the Arcadian views beyond. Correspondence from the director of Kew recorded debate relating to the conspicuous nature of the site, which immediately faced the windows of Sion House. The management plan confirms how entrances and exits, including the gate, are one of the recurring design elements of the World Heritage Site setting, which help define views into and out of the site. Gates have been intentionally placed with reference to the internal and external landscapes. The gate is significant, therefore, as it provides reference to the garden's relationship to the Thames and the Arcadian landscape beyond. And based on his wider appraisal of the visual material and visits to the site, Mr. Stroud explained his judgment that the proposals would appear on axis with the gate, above the tree line, intruding and drawing the eye to their urban form and scale. They would cause harm by disturbing, albeit in a limited way, the Arcadian view that's a meaningful aspect of its setting. Now we'll turn then to Austerley. Here, the applicant and the council find a low level of harm to the RBG and conservation area, with no harm to the gate piers and entrance lodges. We find medium to low harm across these designations. Going to paragraph 83, ma'am, we say here again that setting plays a central role in the appreciation of significance. The park derives significance from the illusion of the design park being set in pastoral surroundings. There remain good, wide and glimpsed views across the park and outward, clearly bounded by design perimeter tree planting in many places, though distant tall building development visually disrupts the continuity of character and the illusion of rurality. Closest to the alignment of the proposed development sites, the GSK building in QI can be seen, albeit at distance. Views from the eastern part of the parkland also take in some detracting suburban development behind peripheral vegetation, but there persists a clear sense of designed and open-skied rurality within an enclosed estate, including from locations on or near Victorian South Drive. The drive is not original to the parkland, and the views here are somewhat weakened by suburban housing, but the views there are important nonetheless for revealing the historic development of the estate and allowing the wider expanse of the park to be appreciated in a similar context to views to the north. The deployment of trees on the boundary encourages views across parkland, whilst providing a sense of enclosure and separation of the estate, helping to reinforce the historic design intent of the park. Verdant views south along the stretch of the original carriage drive towards the gate piers and lodges do not take in the house to which the drive connects, but they do help reveal the function of these structures in enclosing the estate within the wider illusion of rurality that's central to the character of the park. They have a clear relationship with the rural character of the wider estate, and their construction was contemporaneous with the development of the estate, and the listing entry for the piers records them as fine landscape features which lie within the important parkland. As for the lodges, they were altered in the 19th century, but the original form is credited to Adam, also the designer of the piers. They too have values of features which help focus views on the limited break in the strong enclosure of this estate. Views towards them as listed buildings and within the context of the park help an understanding of that rule and emphasise the creation of an estate separate from the outside world. There's no persuasive evidence that there was ever an intention to screen their backs with trees, but even accepting that their wide visibility contributes to only part of their significance, from what we know of Adam from Sion, it's fair to conclude that they were designed to be seen. They still are, thanks to their white render and tall chimney stacks, and they retain a legible balance. There are also views from points on the carriage drive that approaches the house, and these reinforce the sense of an extensive, more rural landscape within an historic estate setting, undisturbed by substantial development beyond. The special interest of the conservation area is largely provided by the park and the house, and they can be considered together to this extent, but it takes in some late 19th century and interwar low-rise development. An extension to the area in 2018 brought the boundary to just within the red line of the Tesco application site. The appraisal of the area confirms the original design intent of landscape grounds in a rural setting, noting separately the suburban character outside the park as reflecting development around the railway and later the Great West Road. Panoramic views across the large open fields of the park are generally identified as important as they help provide an understanding of that designed pastoral character. The recognition that the future development of tall buildings could erode long-distance views from the park underscores how setting contributes to significance here, based on an absence of extensive built development at large scale beyond the bounded rural character of the parkland. As for harm, in summary, in views from the South Drive and on paths south of the Middle Lake, the proposals, in particular the Tesco scheme, would rise conspicuously above the tree line, dominating the relatively modest profile of the Gillette Tower at considerably greater height and bulk, and imposing an intrusive, more urbanised effect on the pastoral character of the parkland. Similar harm would arise in those views from the carriage drive approaching the house, and closer to the entrance, the overall height and bulk of the schemes would distract from the appreciation of the gateway role that is performed by the piers and lodges. Where there's a difference of judgment, ma'am, is probably based, again, in part on an underestimation of the significant contribution that setting makes to significance here, as revealed by the identified views across a wide expanse of the parkland. Views would arise not only from viewpoints considered at the inquiry, but from a wider area. And the design of the scheme, in particular its scale and massing, cannot obviate the striking effect of novel and extensive urban forms, which would appear at greater proximity, as I've said, than anything of their height and bulk already lying outside eastern boundaries. Whilst there's some recognition of others of harm being caused by the suburban development outside the boundary, there's no evidence that this or any disruption caused by the GSK building, the QR Sky campus, have been allowed for in the overall assessment. There would be disturbance from the existing suburban edge, and as Mr. Stroud explained, to the extent that reliance is placed on a layering of the landscape, including taller development here, requiring its differentiation on the part of the viewer is already a harmful distraction. That again affects where the applicant and council pitch their harm, even if the proposals, as we said, would introduce in themselves a much more discordant urban form than the other development on the fringes of the site. As for the lodges and gate piers, it's not a question, as was suggested, of whether they would lose their visibility or legibility. That sets the bar too high to establish harm. There would be harm here coming from competition and distraction as a feature in the view. Moving to other parts of the conservation area, views from Oaklands Avenue are highlighted in the appraisal, conservation area appraisal, presumably on the basis that they help reveal a modest residential development which, along with the sports ground and pavilion, positively exhibits an interwar suburban character which is not dominated by modern tall buildings of substantial scale in the hinterland. More recent development is in part of a similar scale or relatively secluded in Stags Way or White Close, and no one suggests that other development in the immediate setting of the area, such as the Sky Campus or Tesco, makes a positive contribution to significance, albeit that from here it doesn't involve a major departure in scale. The proposals would amount to a highly prominent intrusion into this modest suburban scale introducing a marked urbanizing influence. The excessive height and bulk cannot be mitigated by detailed architectural design, given the fundamental departure from the prevailing suburban character. Any claim that the proposals would enhance the area ignore any realistic assessment of why it's been designated. They rely on assertions of high-quality building design, which overlook the central importance of taking into account the wider context. Harm in this respect must therefore be added to the harm arising to Austerley Park as a separate part of the conservation area. We can delete the rest of that gremlin text. As for other heritage assets, the council acknowledges a degree of harm to the Gillette building and the Scion Clinic, but the applicant denies any harm to these buildings and, with the council, other assets, including Nat West Bank, Westlink House, as well as slightly further afield, the Quaker Meeting House and the Pavilion and Clubhouse on Gar Road. We find a low level of harm to each, with the exception of the Gillette building, where we've pitched slightly higher. The listed buildings of the Golden Mile after its opening, or the Great West Road after its opening in 1925, reflected the interest of the time in applying architecturally enlightened style to the construction of substantial new industrial urban development, adopting motifs of the then fashionable Art Deco and modern styles. The Gillette building, Nat West building, Cotley Factory and Westlink House are agreed to share a legible shared architectural character deriving from their contemporary development. It is common ground that their largely low and horizontal massing is still discernible as a shared character in this group of interwar buildings, linked also by the motor age urban design of their setting, notwithstanding unsympathetic shed development of the 1980s. Within the group, the long elevation of the Gillette building dominates the corner with Scion Lane, with its singular clock tower deliberately conceived, as the applicant accepted, as a widely visible landmark to draw attention to the building as a location for modern industry within the wider townscape. Its purpose was to dominate and command this corner of the Great West Road and Scion Lane. The extent of clear sky around its tower strongly contributes to its landmark role, which, as the applicant accepted, should not be affected. On a fair analysis, the proposed development would embody a dramatic departure in scale and style at the west end of the Golden Mile, flanking the Gillette Tower in views along Scion Lane, with prominently broader, bulkier buildings, which rather than reinforce the visual experience, would impair the intended architectural effect of the tower. The applicant accepts that there would be a degree of change in its role, along with harm because it would be obscured in long-range views. Claims to design quality proposals do not realistically counteract this harm. Other views demonstrate how the other listed buildings would experience a marked increase in scale and verticality, which is at odds with the horizontal emphasis that contributes strongly to their character. To the extent that any of their significance is based on facing the road, any appreciation of this would be overwhelmed by the abrupt escalation of height and massing at a different orientation in the proposed Homebase scheme. Whatever attempts have been made to introduce a streamlined modern style to the proposals, their bulk simply dominates nonetheless and prevents them being read as anything other than highly distinct and incongruous forms. Rather than responding positively to local distinctiveness as local plan policy requires, they would disrupt the remaining legibility of a distinctive shared character in the other buildings of the Golden Mile group. It's therefore right to find some harm here. The schemes would also transform the spacious suburban setting of the clubhouse, signalled by the slender Gillette Tower, into one governed by an overwhelming urban character. It would occlude views of the tower, further undermining its townscape role and removing the link it provides to the contemporary modernist context of which the clubhouse forms part. For similar reasons, neither the transformation of the Homebase site into a large urban block, nor the massive increase in scale and bulk on the Tesco site can, for the purposes of policy CC3, so the Hounslow plan, be sensibly described as being in proportion to its location and setting, and carefully relate and respond to the character of the surrounding area, including the generally low-rise development on Great Western Road or suburban character of the wider area extending to Oaklands Avenue. The height and bulk of the scheme would also interfere with a sense of seclusion and separation from the city that visits the Quaker Meeting House burial grounds set at the bottom of the rise occupied by the sites provide. Again, a low level of harm, but harm that should be recognised nonetheless. I turn then to design. We say that the failure of the applicant properly to register the full extent of harm in this case reflects the outcome of design processes for each of the two schemes, which has not presented anything like a convincing rationale for the height and massing on either site, the Homebase proposals especially so. The design and access statement for the Homebase scheme, which acts as a record of the pre-application design process, did not have the protection of heritage assets as one of the key delivery requirements of the brief. The vision setting out the fundamental aspirations of the scheme said nothing about protecting heritage interests, nor did the key design principles. In claiming a role for the scheme in the Council's emerging Opportunity Area Master Plan study, it omitted to address the approach taken in emerging policy to the height and massing of the site, failing to recognise that policy had not, in contrast to other sites, identified the Homebase site as a location for any cluster of tall buildings. The building typologies that were considered in the DAS focused on the Gillette Tower in heritage terms, with no mention of sites being assessed by reference to other heritage assets further afield. The focus was on addressing the Great West Road and establishing the street frontage. In response to the initial council and DRP reviews, when further consideration of height and massing was advised, due in part to concerns arising from impacts from Sion Park, the response was actually to increase height to the north, projecting the building further above the tree line. By the time HE was consultant, after 2 rounds of pre-application review of the council, the fundamentals of the scheme were already in place, but they hadn't been informed by any assessment of the Thames Path views near the queue. The heritage advice the team had been receiving at the time was that there would be no harm to any heritage asset. The design was therefore developed in a context where, contrary to the current position, the proposals were considered to avoid any harm at all to any asset. The design of the Homebase scheme has been driven then by the objective of relocating a Tesco of an equivalent size to the existing store, but on a much smaller site. This constraint has meant pushing parking on 2 levels above the store, thereby creating a 3-storey podium before adding housing on top, pursuant to consultant briefs for the site in which the applicant set its specific targets for housing delivery. But there is no evidence of any positive urban design rationale for the extent of height that is proposed. Nothing to show why a height of 17 stories is required at the northernmost corner to celebrate the Great West Road or achieve a gateway function or wayfinding, particularly when the Gillette Tower performs a landmark role already at a lower overall height. Nor is there any convincing explanation of why any attempt to defer to Gillette Tower at the corner of the Great Western Road should still allow for a substantial shifting of mass which steps up towards the 17 stories. There is nothing to explain why buildings fronting the new Sion Gate Lane need to be articulated at such a height to avoid a wall effect in the street scene, or why a focal point on the southern corner should be as high for those arriving from the station such a short distance away. There is no evidence before the inquiry of any viability constraints which dictated any particular level of housing or height on the sites. The applicant's mantra that it adopted the optimal design solution does not actually reveal anything about how or why it considered that this height and bulk was justified. Insofar as its vague reliance on the emerging context referred to tall buildings, none are in the vicinity of the site. Citrons on the other side of Kew Bridge, Albany Riverside lies off Brentford High Street, and none of the emerging context being stressed involved height anything like what is being proposed here. The design ultimately is redolent of a process where the constraint of providing the Tesco store has prompted a drive for height without any affirmative design grounds for the particular height being proposed. This concern is of particular importance when highly significant heritage assets would be harmed and insufficient regard was paid to them in the design process articulated by the scheme architect. There doesn't appear to have been a strong working relationship between the design teams either, as the applicant accepted there was nothing in evidence to explain how the cumulative effect of the 2 proposals on any heritage assets had actually influenced the designs. The design review panel had similar concerns. The DRP process is an important one as recognised by London plan policy that requires schemes not only to consider but to address review recommendations. However, the final panel report concluded that the design evolution only sought to mitigate issues with scale and massing rather than solve them. The need to relocate a Tesco store had made it virtually impossible to achieve a high-quality design on the site. The panel still had real concerns about the overall quality of development above the podium. As for the Tesco site scheme, the assessment of the site context in the DAS considers the immediate townscape, but substantively nothing further afield. None of the initial ideas for the site showed any identifiable relationship with heritage context, near or far, and none of the steps described in the design narrative considered height in a heritage context. Nothing in the heights and massing principles give any indication that heights beyond the Gillette building formed any meaningful role in the fundamentals of these design considerations. Again, by the time HE was consulted, these fundamentals were already in place. Aspects of the massing were reduced through design development, but only in a highly limited way, by dropping some aspects of the build height to just below the green copper clock of the Gillette Tower. Other aspects were in fact increased. This focus on simply lowering a little by reference to the tip of the clock tower still left substantial impacts on developments and views from Syon Park, but the advice was that no harm was caused despite the acknowledgement that the Gillette Tower was unrelated to the significance of Syon Park, and seemingly on the basis, which is erroneous, that there was already modern development in the view. Again, the DRP commented unfavourably on this scheme. There's nothing in the DAS to show how the designers thought they should respond to the first round of comments, and by the time of the final review, the panel, when specifically considering the protection of heritage, expressed disquiet about the unremitting nature of development. They said, "We feel there is too much development for the strategy to be successful. There is an abiding concern about the effect on Gillette and the view from the parks, which required further testing." The panel concluded by reiterating its fundamental concerns about the scheme, with many of the issues highlighted in the first review still to be fully addressed. There remains nothing, we say, in the evidence before the inquiry which satisfactorily addresses those concerns. As with the Homebase scheme, there is nothing to explain how the design process sought, as the DAS puts it, alignment with emerging policies for the Great West Corridor, either generally with respect to heritage assets beyond the Gillette Tower, or specifically with respect to heights that the council was promoting in the area. There is no attempt to explain why the wayfinding and waterfront functions of the so-called building typologies of the tallest buildings on the site justify them reaching a height of 70 plus meters AOD to meet the stated purposes of responding to routes through the site or presenting a positive relationship to the water feature within the scheme. There's no positive design rationale for the abrupt change in scale from the modest 2-storey homes in Oaklands Avenue up to 17 stories, which would loom over them nearby. The claim that the scheme creates a sensitive transition in scale stretches credulity. Again, the reliance on the emerging context of built development ignores how there is nothing of similar scale being built nearby, and despite the Homebase proposals emerging in the vicinity, there is no evidence that the design teams considered a comprehensive solution to application sites, as the DRP recorded with disappointment. Concluding then, we say the proposals would conflict with both published London plan policy and adopted Hounslow policy relating to the protection of heritage assets. The heritage harm they would cause would be contrary to policy D9, C1DE. The harm would also cause breaches of policies HC1 and HC2. For similar reasons, there would be conflict with Hounslow plan policy CC3 and CC4. Adopted policy in the Hounslow plan does not support tall buildings away from the A4 Golden Mile frontage. The Tesco proposals are, it's agreed, not consistent with that aspect of the policy. To the extent that the policy leaves locations on that frontage to be identified in the Great West Corridor plan, these locations have not been identified in an adopted plan and cannot claim the support of the policy in this respect either. Insofar as the applicant has relied upon the location of the site within an opportunity area, there is nothing in policy to suggest that its designation in anticipation of significant housing or other intensified growth implies accepting any degree of heritage harm. There is nothing which says that tall buildings are necessarily acceptable to achieve the growth objectives in these areas. any development in an OA remains subject to policies relating to high quality design and heritage policy too. So the fact that permission may have been granted for tall buildings elsewhere in the OA, albeit even at a distance from these sites, does not mean that the door is opened for these tall buildings here. Under the framework, less than substantial harm is not to be equated with a less than substantial objection to a development. And as you will know, any harm at all to listed building or its setting gives rise to a presumption against the grant of permission. So where there's harm, the decision maker must give it considerable weight, and the more important the heritage assets in question, the greater the weight should be. Now, those propositions are unquestionably familiar, but it's perhaps easier to acknowledge them than to truly act on what they mean for the planning system in cases such as this. We say it's crucial in this case to appreciate not only the wide-ranging effects of these schemes, but the rarity and importance of some of the heritage assets at the national and international register that these proposals are asking to be harmed. That harm should be accorded very great weight. We recognise and accept, of course, that striking the planning balance in this case requires assessing a wide range of factors, including the benefits of the scheme. We leave that exercise to you and the Secretary of State, but we respectfully ask that the following further points are taken into account, along with the criticisms of the design processes that we've set out. Ma'am, the first relates to claims by the Council and the applicant that the Great West Corridor Local Plan Review and the Site Allocations Plan either reinforce in policy terms why planning permission should be granted or demonstrate how change is coming to the area so as to support these schemes. Neither assertion is true. The Council has prepared these emerging plans to do the job required by the London and local plans, reflecting the extensive assessment that was carried out to produce a master plan and capacity study and a complementary views assessment. The review, in short, adopts the heights recommended in the master plan as appropriate. That master plan assesses in illuminating detail appropriate heights for numerous tested locations. The Tesco site proposals comfortably exceed the greatest height identified as appropriate by up to 14 metres AOD. The Homebase scheme diverges even more by nearly 30 metres AOD beyond the highest appropriate height identified for that site. Shoulder heights are also substantially exceeded. True it is that the master plan advises that the relevant figures showing the heights do not represent a blueprint for the corridor, but when it states that tall buildings should accord with specified guidance elsewhere in the document, as well as the views assessment, that guidance defines the role of focal buildings, clusters and landmarks, which are then given appropriate height ranges. The only relevant one being cluster CL1 on the Tesco site, which again is significantly exceeded by the proposals. The views assessment includes recommendations after contemplating a base option and then an increased height option. For the latter, it found a measure of visual impact for the Tesco site and distinct detrimental impacts for the Homebase site, involving a moderate to less than major detrimental impact on significance. The recommendations then were for lower heights than this increased height option, and they clearly diverged from the substantially taller proposed development, in particular the Homebase scheme. The detailed views assessment recorded the different height scenarios and, considering Syon Park, considered the appropriate heights acceptable, but notably after balancing impacts against the regeneration benefits of the corridor. The upshot of this analysis is that by accepting the master plan as prepared by appointed independent urban design experts, the Council rejected the principle of increased heights more closely akin to what these applications propose, even when the potential regenerative benefits were in contemplation. And the master plan reached these conclusions without considering views from the Thames Path or the full range of views within Austerley Park or Kew World Heritage Site being considered at the inquiry. Now, draft review policy P1 supports development in the corridor by delivering building heights that are consistent with the detailed work underpinning the master plan. It refers, it is right, to development which has been subject to site-specific testing to determine capacity, scale and massing to ensure it responds to the area's sensitive heritage. But this is all to achieve the delivery of these heights in specific locations. The Tesco site proposals go well beyond the CL1 cluster heights. The Homebase scheme is much taller than even the focal buildings, and local high points which are in any event shown in completely different locations elsewhere in the area. It would subvert the purpose of the policy and its underlying evidence base to conclude that heights substantially in excess of those identified comply with it, even more so where such heights were proposed in a wholly different location where any site-specific testing would not matter. The same conclusion is true for draft policy GWC 5, which in its drafting sets out the same heights and states that development should accord with these heights, subject to and dependent upon site-specific testing. Again, this cannot be read as effectively allowing any heights to come forward consistently with the policy, as it would divest any meaning from the heights it defines. The qualification related to testing reads more like a prospective recognition that those heights may not be achieved, rather than anticipating much greater heights simply where these are tested through any application. There is nothing then in this emerging policy which supports the schemes. The proposals would plainly conflict with how emerging policy anticipates these sites being developed, whatever may come forward elsewhere as the OA develops. Now, the emerging policies have reached examination stage, and there's no suggestion by either the applicant or the council they're inconsistent with national policy. Plainly, as Mr. Stroud accepted, they cannot be given the weight of adopted policy, but they should be given more than limited weight as policies against the proposals. Moreover, they've been prepared following a detailed evidence-based assessment by independent experts and accepted by the council, which rejected the notion of an increased height option similar to the proposals. They can only count against this scheme in the planning balance. The council's own evidence base reinforces the concerns about the heritage harm held in prospect by these applications. The second point we would ask to be taken into account is that the council policy objectives for the opportunity area, including housing delivery, can be achieved without building at the proposed heights. This is now accepted by the council. The context here is that for the purpose of the London plan, London is considered as a single housing market area where strategic planning allows for all land use needs to be planned for with an understanding of how best to deliver them across the capital. The vehicle for delivery is that individual boroughs then provide for the housing targets set for them in the plan. The opportunity area designated under that plan has an indicative figure of 7,500 homes, which is part of meeting the Hounslow target, and this is fed through into the preparation of the Great Western Corridor Plan Review and the Site Allocations Plan. Policy in the review, as we've seen, refers to the detailed work in the master plan, which identifies that the corridor has a potential development capacity of 8,287 homes, including just over 1,000 on the Tesco site and 370 odd on the Homebase site, totaling around 1,400 homes. These are followed through into the site allocations plan. Now, this can be compared with the 2,150 proposed in these applications, 1,600 odd on the Tesco site, nearly 500 on the Homebase site. This all suggests an alternative form of development at lower heights without entailing the extent of harm caused by the proposals, would therefore still enable the council to more than meet its policy objective of providing for an indicative 7,500 homes in the area. As the applicant now accepts, there is no evidence of its team considering the sites together so as to deliver master plan development which mitigated the harm caused by the proposals. Thirdly, the Secretary of State will be aware of other decisions where development affected Kew Gardens World Heritage Site, which has been approved despite the concerns of HE and others, including Kew Gardens and Historic Royal Palaces, as well as ICOMOS. As advisory body to the World Heritage Committee, ICOMOS has already warned the government that the proposals in this case are not the first to be problematic vis-à-vis views from the World Heritage property. They record growing concern that measures and assurances in the various policy and guidance documents produced by UNESCO in the UK are proving to be in vain. This is so despite the bespoke preparation of Policy HC2 in the London Plan. They add that recent decisions by the local planning authority effectively mark the abandonment of any meaningful tall buildings policy, recognising how tall buildings at Brentford and the east end of the Golden Mile have already caused harm to highly significant landscapes in the vicinity. Allied to its objections to this proposal, these concerns are serious and should be given significant weight in the consideration of the proposals. In the circumstances where these sites open up the prospect of new harmful impacts, and emerging Hounslow policy illustrates the development pressures that will continue to be applied in the setting of Kew Gardens. So, ma'am, for all these reasons, we respectfully ask for the most careful assessment of how heritage interests are placed on one side of the scales, set against a rigorous consideration of whether the benefits of the schemes in this part of London can clearly and convincingly be justified as greater. Thank you.
So we're at 12:10 now. Do you want, what's your timing currently for your closings?
Madam, I would stick with the assessment I gave yesterday, which is to say, I think probably, well, about an hour and a quarter, I think. I mean, I would prefer to have a slight
Yes,
breather now before launching straight
Yeah,
in.
no, I understand that. If we break till 20 past, and then we'll take a slightly longer break at the end of yours before we hear from you, Mr. Warren. Yeah?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I thought you were directing that.
Okay, so we'll break until 20 past then. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Linus. Sorry, Mr. Booth. Sorry. Sorry.
I should say that the staple is slightly aggressive,
Oh,
so you have to be a bit
not as
careful.
aggressive as the previous. Oh, no, it is. It is, yeah.
Thank you, Madam. I begin by saying that this somewhat truncated inquiry has been concerned with two planning applications made by the applicant seeking permission for the redevelopment of the Homebase and Tesco Osterley sites at Scion Lane and Scion Lane, Isleworth. These redevelopment proposals will provide for the delivery of substantial residential retail and community provision. The proposed development is promoted by the applicant, but the two schemes are fully supported by the council. Indeed, as the inquiry is aware, the council's planning committee resolved to grant permission at its meeting on 8th April 21, and it was only due to the intervention of the Secretary of State, who issued a call-in direction pursuant to Section 77, that permission has not yet been granted. Following the comprehensive analysis of the proposed development for which this inquiry has provided, it remains the council's position that the applications should receive approval. In these closing submissions, the council seeks to draw together the main themes which the various parties and witnesses have addressed in evidence and demonstrate why it is that, notwithstanding the opposition of both Historic England and others, including some local residents, notably as represented by AUGRA, that planning permission should nevertheless be granted. In this regard, whilst a number of significant matters are addressed in these submissions, particular focus is given to the issue of potential heritage impacts reflective of the particular time and resource which the inquiry has devoted to that issue. However, the submissions turn firstly to the matter of housing provision, central as it is to the council's position in respect of the two planning applications before the inquiry. So, in its opening submissions, the council sought to emphasise the extent of housing which the proposed development will deliver, pursuant to the regeneration of these two sites, and it makes no apology for adopting the same approach in the context of these closing submissions. As the inquiry is aware, the regeneration of the Homebase site alone will deliver some 473 units, whilst the proposed development of the Tesco site will deliver up to 1677. That the proposed development will see delivery of more than 2,100 dwellings is a matter of very great significance, to which the council contends substantial weight must attach in the planning balance. In this regard, the inquiry is well aware as to the pressing need for housing within Hounslow and indeed within London more generally. On behalf of the council, Mr. Smith demonstrated that the borough has a good record of housing delivery. Its previous target under the London plan, 822 dwellings per annum, has been met in each of the past 3 years, thus passing the housing delivery test in national policy. However, the delivery figures for those 3 years, 911, 1264 and 1525 respectively, are all below the new housing target now contained within the London plan, that being 1,782 dwellings per annum. If the council is to deliver on its housing target, it must necessarily take advantage of substantial, sustainable brownfield sites, such as the Homebase and Tesco sites. In this regard, the council acknowledges that the density of development proposed is high. However, it does not apologise for its ambition in seeking to make efficient use of land. Indeed, such ambition is entirely appropriate and consistent with national policy. In this context, the inquiry can and should note that no party to the inquiry contests the position in terms of the benefits to be delivered by the scheme in terms of housing delivery. Historic England, entirely properly, does not engage with this issue. And whilst AUGRA contest various matters in respect of housing, we come to those below, even they do not seek to deny the principle of the substantial benefit that this quantum of housing represents. Indeed, it would not be credible for them to do so. A further issue which falls to be addressed in the context of the proposed residential development is housing mix. In this respect, the inquiry will recall that AUGRA has sought to denigrate the benefits of housing delivery on the basis that the proposed mix is contrary to that identified in adopted policy, relevant policies being H10 of the London Plan and Local Policy S5. Such criticism is not accepted by the Council. As Mr. Smith explained in oral evidence, the position in terms of housing mix is necessarily flexible to some degree. The Council has considered the proposed mix of dwellings on the Homebase site and is satisfied that it is suitable. In particular, as regards those larger dwellings, 65 of the new dwellings will be larger family-sized dwellings, and 27% of affordable provision will be these 3 to 4 bedroom units. That there will be a higher proportion of smaller, that is 1 and 2 bedroom units, is regarded as being acceptable and appropriate in this instance, given the location within the opportunity area and adjacent to Syon Lane Station. I'm turning to the Tesco scheme. The dwelling mix has, of course, not yet been settled. However, minimum and maximum parameters have been identified and 4-bedroom homes have been introduced. There is no reason why the outline proposals on the Tesco site cannot ultimately also be suitably tailored to meet the borough's needs. A further issue for consideration is the discrete matter of the affordable housing which the proposals will secure. As noted by Mr. Smith in his evidence, the fact that the Homebase proposals will deliver 164 units of affordable rent is a key priority for the Council. If the full scale of development comes forward at the Tesco site, that will mean 583 further affordable units will be delivered. Such very significant provision of affordable housing is a matter of very great importance in the current housing and economic climate. In this regard, it is perhaps relevant that that economic climate has only grown more daunting since the commencement of this inquiry. The need for robust and substantial delivery of affordable homes has never been more acute. The Council considers that this is a very real-world consideration and one that those who seek to criticise and oppose the proposed development have simply no answer to. Truly, the substantial provision of affordable housing is itself a matter to which substantial weight must also be added in the planning balance. So concluding on this aspect, the Council is adamant that the delivery of such significant quantum of residential development is a matter to which substantial weight must attach, both in terms of the market housing and also in terms of the affordable provision. Need is high, provision must be made, and the substantial volume of housing which these sites will deliver is identified in the Council's trajectory, forming part of its planned delivery in the years to come. It is a very significant planning benefit. On my turn next to matters of principle, as noted in opening, neither the Homebase nor the Tesco site is allocated for any specific purpose in the local plan. However, the London plan identifies both sites as falling within a designated opportunity area and thus marks them as being suitable for significant intensification of development. In addition, emerging policy in the form of the Site Allocations Local Plan Review and the Great West Corridor Local Plan Review provides further support for development, identifying both sites as being suitable for significant residential-led mixed-use development and also for tall buildings. The SALPR and the GWCLPR do not comprise part of the development plan, and at the present time, only limited weight should be attributed to such emerging policy. However, the fact is that both were submitted in December 2020, were subject to examination in November 21, and the Inspectorate has since indicated that there is sufficient prospect of being able to resolve any concerns regarding compliance and soundness. Thus, not only existing policy, but also the direction of travel in terms of emerging policy is supportive of the proposals. It has been pointed out by those objecting to the proposed development that the height of the residential blocks goes beyond the height identified in the master plan. However, the inquiry will have noted that the emerging site allocations for both the application sites in the SALPR state that should development proposals exceed the height set out, the proposals will need to demonstrate that the heights can be achieved either without causing harm to heritage assets or that the harm is outweighed by public benefits. Thus, no cap is put on development height. It is simply a question of balance and judgment as to whether heights in excess of those provisionally indicated can properly be brought forward. In this regard, it is the Council's contention that notwithstanding what is said by Historic England, in fact, the harm caused to the significance of heritage assets is very limited, as identified by Mr. Froneman, such that it is comprehensively outweighed by the public benefits of the proposed development. Ma'am, of course, will come to those later. This is even allowing for the fact that substantial weight is accorded to that heritage harm. As such, the principle of these developments, and further the principle of tall buildings as proposed, is clearly established. Turning to design, in the context of closing submissions, the Council largely leaves questions regarding the design of the proposed development to be answered by the applicant, whose designs these are and whose witnesses spoke in justification of them. The Council notes only that in its view, the proposed developments strike the right balance. The schemes accommodate significant built form as appropriate to take advantage of the opportunities which the application sites represent, whilst at the same time presenting as attractive, interesting, and good quality design. As regards the Homebase scheme, this will provide a strong urban edge to what is currently an underutilised site, where sprawling aprons of car parking lack good townscape definition along the road frontages on Scion Lane and the Great West Road. The varying forms, the horizontal and vertical details will all provide coherence across the site, whilst at the same time breaking up the massing of the development. And the proposed materials and finishes, in conjunction with the varying form and height of the built elements, will mean that development presents with good interest and articulation. It is, of course, right to say that the buildings will stand taller than surrounding development. However, the Council does not consider that there would be material harm in townscape terms. The Homebase site is large enough to accommodate development on this scale, and the development responds to its surrounding transitional context, which includes a gateway position on the Great West Road. There is a long history of prominent buildings along the Great West Road, which contrast with the wider low-rise suburban housing. In this context, and as already noted, it is important to remember that the application sites have been designated as part of an opportunity area. That designation necessarily envisages significant intensification of development. Taking all these matters in the round, the Council is of the view that the design is of a high quality and that it is appropriate in the street scene. Turning to the Tesco scheme, the position is similar. Yes, the development proposed is large scale. And yes, it will present as a step change in terms of what has gone before, bearing in mind that this very large site is presently occupied by a low-rise superstore surrounded by a vast apron of car parking. However, as Mr. Smith explains in his evidence, the form and massing successfully meets the challenge of responding to local context while taking advantage of the opportunity which the site represents. As well as the taller elements, there will be active ground floor uses, together with new public spaces, and these will all be provided in a landscaped setting. The parameter plans and the design code are robust and will ensure that the detailed design will be of high quality. The part of the scheme within the Osterley Conservation Area has been sympathetically scaled, and no party has taken issue with that part of the Tesco scheme. Again, the development will be appropriate in terms of design and in terms of the street scene. Turning to transport, the public transport implications of the proposed development are a matter that has generated some degree of debate in the context of the inquiry. In particular, AUGRA has maintained that local networks would be unable to cope with the additional demand which would be generated. However, this position is not supported by the evidence. Critically, it is not supported either by the GLA or by TfL. The Council's position in this regard is set out in Appendix B to Mr. Smith's proof. This explains that in assessing the proposed development, the Council has engaged with transport providers, including TfL, Network Rail, South Western Railways, and the Department for Transport, in developing proposals that seek to increase transport capacity in the opportunity area. In this regard, TfL attended a number of pre-application meetings with the council and the applicant to review and agree the scope and content of the trip generation assessment, the scope and content of the traffic modelling assessment, and to review the impact on tube and bus services and infrastructure. TfL's specialist teams were consulted on the different aspects of the predicted transport impacts, and it was on the basis of their assessment that TfL requested that contributions were secured towards bus service improvements, retention and upgrading of bus infrastructure, and increasing the capacity of Osterley Tube Station. The sum payable in respect of improvements to bus services is £1.7 million, secured by way of planning obligation. Whilst TfL has not yet identified to which bus routes this contribution will be allocated, they will allocate as appropriate prior to occupation of the Homebase scheme and in accordance with the Opportunity Area Transport Study. These improvements will increase PTAL, not only as regards these two developments, but in respect of the opportunity area generally. In respect of the Tesco scheme, there will be an additional contribution to TfL of some £124,000, which will increase capacity at Osterley Tube Station. Specifically, the monies will fund an additional turnstile gate to enable increased passenger throughput. So, notwithstanding the relatively modest PTAL of the application sites, they are suitable for the nature and scale of the development proposed. Not only are both sites located in the opportunity area, but the transport implications of the developments have been carefully scrutinised by relevant bodies, most notably TfL. Monies to deliver necessary transport improvements have been secured. In this context, it is right to say, as Augra have done, that improvements in rail connections, which the council has ambitions to provide, are not yet funded or an immediate prospect. However, as the council has confirmed, the consenting of these developments is not predicated on delivery of those improvements, which it is anticipated would only ever come forward in the longer term, given the timescales for developing major rail-based infrastructure. The bottom line is that the council, and perhaps more importantly TfL, have determined that the proposed developments are acceptable, subject to the payment of tailored contributions to secure the necessary upgrades in network provision, which can and will be delivered. On then to amenity. Amenity considerations essentially fall into two categories, those concerning existing local residents and those concerning future occupiers of the proposed development. The inquiry conducted a comprehensive roundtable set of proceedings to address both contexts, but the council briefly summarises its position here. As regards the position of future occupants, the situation in relation to the Tesco scheme can be stated shortly. Yes, sorry, I thought I was getting muddled up between my schemes. The detailed layout of that proposal is still to be determined and will be addressed at the reserved matter stage. However, the design code and housing SPG will ensure that a sufficiently high quality of accommodation will be secured, and there is no reason to suppose that the development will not comply with local, regional, or national policy requirements. As regards the Homebase scheme, the application includes full details of layout. The council has considered the proposals and determined that they will provide a good standard of accommodation. In so saying, the council recognises that not every standard will be met in respect of every dwelling. By way of example, whilst the vast majority of units will satisfy the recommended outdoor amenity criteria, there are very limited exceptions. However, those units which fall below the standard will have additional internal amenity space, whilst all residents will have access to good quality communal provision, which provides a variety of spaces. Further, the council notes also that whilst adopted policy seeks to maximise dual aspect units, the Homebase scheme would contain a material proportion of single aspect units, of which some would be northwest facing, although none would face due north. However, the design of the units has sought to incorporate elements to mitigate the position, some of these measures serving to increase sunlight and daylight levels, others serving to increase ventilation as appropriate. Further, the guidance and policy in respect of this issue must be applied pragmatically and with a view to context. In circumstances where a suitably high density development is coming forward on a site located within a designated opportunity area, With all the constraints that that scenario necessarily entails, it is not altogether unsurprising that the proportion of single aspect units is slightly higher than might otherwise be the case. This position was also acknowledged and ultimately endorsed by the GLA. In any event, these matters necessarily fall to be considered in the context of the quality of the accommodation as a whole. In that regard, the Council notes that all dwellings in the proposed development meet unit and room size standards as set out in local and regional policy. Similarly, the incorporation of mitigation measures means that a suitable internal noise environment will be achieved. Put simply, looking at matters in the round, the Council is clear that the proposed accommodation is acceptable. On then to neighbouring development. As already noted, for occupants of existing properties, the proposed development will certainly represent a substantial change from the sprawling, low-level structures and car parking areas that are currently in situ. As such, the Council acknowledges that necessarily there will be impacts on existing dwellings. However, the mere fact of change or impact is not in itself significant. It is only where that change or impact is harmful that it should weigh against the granting of permission. This must necessarily be so in light of the clear direction given in the London Plan. In this regard, the Council notes that paragraph 203 of the plan states that if London is to meet the challenges of the future, all parts of London will need to embrace and manage change. In the following paragraph, it goes on to state the areas that will see the most significant change are identified as opportunity areas. Thus, change is inherent in the designation of the application sites as part of an opportunity area. The Council recognises that local residents are understandably concerned about such change and fully accepts that the fears that they have voiced are genuinely and strongly felt. However, it maintains that such impacts as will result from the proposed development will, in the main, cause no harm. Further, where there is a degree of harm, that will be insubstantial and should not weigh heavily against the applications. In this regard, by way of example, there will be no adverse impact on privacy. The Homebase scheme is set back a minimum of 40 metres from residential buildings to the west and 65 metres from dwellings to the south. All distances exceed recommended separation between habitable room windows, and given the design of the development and its separation from existing dwellings, there will be no harm to neighbouring amenity. As regards the Tesco scheme, the position is necessarily more general, pending determination of detailed design at the reserved matters stage. However, there will be a buffer retained around the edge of the site, such that separation distances from existing dwellings across Scion Lane will again be some 40 metres. Again, there will be no adverse impact on privacy, no overlooking. The position is similar in terms of issues such as noise and vibration and air quality. There will be particular impact associated with construction, although those will be mitigated through construction management, but outside of that phase, the impact will be limited. Indeed, in the context of the Homebase scheme, the air quality mitigation which will be secured will outweigh any adverse air quality impacts. The one area where there will be some degree of adverse impact is in respect of daylight and sunlight. The applicant has provided studies in this regard, which all parties have scrutinised. These demonstrate that certain windows, rooms in certain dwellings will experience impacts which exceed those recommended in BRE guidance, notably at Northumberland Gardens, where the loss of daylight to some windows would be noticeable to residents. However, even at Northumberland Gardens, the Council considers that daylight levels will be satisfactory for an urban environment. Future sunlight levels would also be acceptable. In this regard, it is notable that whilst there are a very few transgressions of the BRE guidance, this is in large part due to existing building design. Further, and crucially, BRE guidance is of course precisely that, it is guidance. And the NPPF states in terms that decision makers should apply such guidance flexibly. In summary, the Council's view is firmly to the effect that whereas neighbouring development will experience change by reason of the proposed development, that change will not be materially harmful. Turning now, ma'am, to heritage matters, which must necessarily be addressed at greater length. The inquiry has spent a considerable time grappling with the issue of heritage, and ma'am, that is unsurprising in circumstances where one of the parties objecting to the proposals is Historic England. That is the statutory consultee to whose views a decision maker will ordinarily accord particular weight as regards impact on heritage assets. It is also unsurprising, ma'am, given the pedigree of the heritage assets in scope. These include various Grade 2 listed buildings, Grade 2 star and Grade 1 registered parks and gardens at Osterley and Sion, Grade 1 listed houses, again at Osterley and Sion, and the World Heritage Site and Grade 1 listed RPG at Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, as well as the Kew, Osterley and Isleworth conservation areas. The contentions of Historic England, supported by AUGRA, are significant. HE has alleged serious permanent harm to heritage assets. Its witness, Mr. Stroud, has used the strongest possible language to characterize the harm which he alleges, speaking variously of very serious harm to significance and shattering of character. Mum, if the position for which he and Historic England contend were correct, then the harm to heritage caused by the proposals would be a very significant consideration indeed in the context of the planning balance to be undertaken. However, the inquiry has the benefit not only of Mr. Stroud's evidence, but also the evidence of Dr. Mealy and Mr. Froneman. Their analysis, while differing on points of detail, is essentially the same in terms of tone and outcome. Their careful, comprehensive, and above all, balanced assessments demonstrate that whilst some degree of harm would be caused to the significance of certain of these heritage assets, that harm is very much more limited than that which Mr. Stroud has purported to identify. Indeed, following the detailed scrutiny of the evidence which the inquiry has undertaken, it is respectfully submitted that the position adopted by Mr. Stroud, and thus a HE, has been shown to be somewhat overstated and exaggerated. In the course of this part of its submissions, the Council will demonstrate that exaggerated character of Mr. Stroud's position, and in so doing, show why it is that the evidence of Mr. Froneman, and indeed Dr. Mealy, is to be preferred. And in achieving this end, the Council does not propose to rehearse the position in respect of each and every one of the heritage assets that are in scope at the inquiry. Rather, as regards the majority of these assets, the Council stands on the evidence of Mr. Froneman, which you, ma'am, and the Secretary of State have, so that it is not repeated in the context of these submissions. As such, the Council instead makes a series of more general overarching observations, whilst using the examples of Kew and to a lesser extent Sion to illustrate the position, given that it was these assets which were the focus of the Council's examination of Mr. Stroud. The starting point for analysis of the heritage evidence before the inquiry, should it is respectfully submitted, be the bottom line of the evidence given by Mr. Stroud. In this regard, as the inquiry is aware, and as noted above, Mr. Stroud made myriad allegations of serious harm to a wide range of heritage assets. However, the inquiry will also recall that Mr. Stroud proved to be more reticent when it came to quantifying what loss to heritage significance would in fact result, were the proposed development to be constructed. In this regard, Mr. Stroud was repeatedly taxed in cross-examination with the question of whether and what loss there would be to the heritage significance of the World Heritage Site at Kew. Although he first declined to commit himself to any such quantification, Mr. Stroud eventually asserted that the loss would be considerable, though only in the sense that it would need to be considered, or else, madam, that it should be regarded as meaningful. However, in a significant passage of his evidence, Mr. Stroud then went on to confirm that in fact none of the heritage assets in respect of which he had alleged harm would be impacted in such a way as would materially affect their heritage significance. In this regard, he first confirmed that the construction of the proposals would not trigger the need for a listing review in respect of any asset. Then, ma'am, when it was put to him that the reason why this was because the heritage significance of all the various assets would remain the same following development, Mr. Stroud confirmed that this was so. The heritage significance of the various assets would indeed remain broadly the same. His words, madam, broadly the same, and he was not re-examined on that point. Ma'am, in that context, I note that my learned friend didn't allude to that evidence in closing on behalf of Historic England. Pausing there, Mr. Stroud's observation is quite obviously very significant in the context of this inquiry. National policy is concerned with whether or not development will cause harm to heritage significance. Harm in this context means a reduction or loss in terms of heritage significance. In circumstances where it is agreed by Historic England that the heritage significance of all the various heritage assets in scope will remain broadly the same, then the unavoidable conclusion for the inquiry is that there will be very little, if indeed any, material harm to the significance of heritage assets. If their significance will remain broadly the same, then there certainly cannot be the serious harm asserted by Historic England in opening and indeed, ma'am, in closing. The high levels of harm that Mr. Stroud alleges cannot be correct. Thus, there is a fundamental contradiction in the position for which Historic England is contending, caused by the overreach in Mr. Stroud's evidence. Ma'am, I turn next, before we look at the substance of the heritage case, to two matters relating to methodology. The first of these issues relates to the basis on which a decision maker should approach the harm caused to the heritage significance of an asset. In this regard, ma'am, the council first notes that Mr. Stroud accepted unequivocally in cross-examination that in assessing the degree of harm to significance, it was necessary to calibrate matters having regard to the totality of the significance of the asset. That is, all the significance to be found in the setting of an asset, together with all the significance to be found in the fabric of that asset. However, in the course of cross-examination of both Mr. Froneman and Dr. Mealy, counsel for Historic England pointed to the Tulip and Citron appeal decisions as requiring a fundamentally different approach. In particular, he pointed to para 16 of the decision in Tulip, where the Secretary of State observed that the key point is not whether some aspect would be left untouched, but the importance of what would be affected, that is, the setting to its significance. In engaging with this issue, neither Mr. Froneman nor Dr. Mealy disputed that it is appropriate to have full regard to what would be affected. However, an assessment as to the degree of harm caused, that is, an assessment of adverse impact on heritage significance, cannot take place in a vacuum. Rather, as Mr. Froneman explained, it is necessary to calibrate that assessment, or else, to use Dr. Mealy's terminology, to contextualize it by reference to the wider heritage significance of an asset, much of which might be unaffected. Insofar as Historic England appeared to wish to exclude from the assessment of harm the context of the full heritage significance of the various heritage assets in scope, its approach runs entirely contrary to that expressly endorsed by its own witness, as we've already looked at. Further, such approach would be simply wrong. Certainly, it would amount to a misapplication of the approach adopted in the Tulip and Citron decisions. Notably, in those cases, there was certainly not focus exclusively on the harm which development would cause. In both cases, there was consideration given not only to that part of the setting which would be harmed, but setting in its entirety. Further, the inspectors spoke of the heritage significance which would be harmed, that is, setting in its entirety, as being a key issue. They did not speak of it as being the only issue. In this regard, it is, of course, appropriate, and indeed it is fundamentally necessary to look also at the wider heritage significance of the asset, since it is only in so doing that an informed judgment of harm to significance can be reached. That such a contextual approach is appropriate was confirmed by the heritage witnesses for the applicant and the council. Notably, Dr. Mealy referred the inquiry to the approach of the inspector in the Park Road allotments decision, whilst Mr. Froneman referenced the appeal decision in Edith Summerskill House. In both those in both those instances, the decision maker did not only look to the harm which would be caused to heritage significance, but also they sought to calibrate that harm in the context of the full heritage significance of the asset. The Park Road allotments decision is particularly pertinent because it relates to one of the key assets in scope in this inquiry, that is Syon House. It notes in terms the relatively limited contribution which setting makes to the listed building, and the fact that most heritage significance is bound up in the property's Adam interior. The Edith Summerskill decision is likewise significant because not only does that decision adopt the same approach, but, ma'am, and this is important, it is also a decision of the Secretary of State. Given that it is a more recent decision of the Secretary of State than either Tulip or Citron, it confirms that the slant which Historic England has sought to put on those two decisions is not the correct one. Accordingly, the approach for which counsel for HE seeks to urge on the inquiry is not appropriate. I turn now, madam, to the other methodological point, which is as regards cumulative approach. The thrust of the examination of Historic England on this point was that Mr. Froneman's assessment of harm was flawed by reason that in reaching his conclusions as to the harm which the proposed development would cause to heritage significance, he had failed to bundle up that harm together with any and all other harm to the relevant heritage assets occasioned by other historic developments. Only when all the harm from these other developments was put in the scales, together with any additional harm which the proposed development would occasion, would a suitable assessment be possible. Ma'am, this suggestion on the part of Historic England was also not appropriate. For one thing, ma'am, the approach as advocated by Historic England, that is the bundle up everything approach, was manifestly not the approach undertaken by Historic England's own witness. At no point in his proof did Mr. Stroud seek to classify and assess harm by reference to the totality of harmful development that has been undertaken in this part of London. And by way of example, madam, Mr. Stroud did not seek to assess harm which the proposed development would cause to RBGQ by aggregating the harm caused by Haverfield Estate Towers, by the QI, by Vantage West, by the BSI building, and the proposed development. Rather, he was exclusively concerned with the harm caused by the proposed development. It is for that reason that the inquiry spent its time considering from which points the proposed development would, or rather would not, be seen, as opposed to the locations from which Haverfield Estate Towers and all the other developments can be seen. Thus, if it is said by Historic England that Mr. Froneman has fallen into error, it is notable that Historic England did not prevent its own witness from doing likewise. In fact, of course, madam, Mr. Froneman has not fallen into error. He has adopted the correct approach and has regard to the existing actual baseline as the correct yardstick against which to assess harm to heritage significance in the present case. In so doing, he does have regard to cumulative impact and the references to such impact in HE's own guidance. He applies that guidance correctly by looking not only to harm which the proposed development would cause, call that A, and also to any harm which might be caused by the proposed development interacting with other existing development, call that C. What he does not add into his balance is all the harm which that existing development causes in and of itself, call that B. And neither does Mr. Stroud, the officer who is actually employed by Historic England. Ma'am, accordingly, the point taken by HE in respect of this issue is also a bad one. Turning then to the substance of the heritage case. As noted above, it is the Council's submission that Historic England and Mr. Stroud have overreached themselves in terms of their allegations as to heritage harm. Perhaps the clearest illustration of this position is in respect of the World Heritage Site at Kew. Here, Mr. Stroud alleges that the harm caused to the asset should be regarded as being in the middle of the spectrum of less than substantial harm. Such a position is, however, not a tenable one. The World Heritage Site is, as Mr. Stroud agreed, a very rich and complex heritage asset. It is very large in area and includes some 56 listed buildings, of which 13 are grade 1 or 2 star, with multiple designed, formal views and vistas, together with a vast number of other views which contribute to its setting. He agreed that all of these myriad aspects contribute to the outstanding universal value of the World Heritage Site. It is in this context that Mr. Stroud asserts that middle of the range of less than substantial harm would be caused to OUV. The matters on which he relies in reaching this conclusion are summarised at paragraph 668 of his proof and were confirmed in oral evidence. They are as follows. Glimpsed views of the proposals from 4 locations within the World Heritage Site and views of the proposals from the Thames Path outside the World Heritage Site. As regards the former, the 4 locations in question were, firstly, the very, 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 very southern end of the Scion Outlook. Second, the vicinity of the shelter located to the south of the Scion Outlook. Third, the Woodland Walk. And fourthly, at the Isleworth Ferry Gate. Taking these in turn, Mr. Stroud accepted that he did not know that there would be visibility from the Scion Outlook. He could only say that there may be such visibility. He could point to no evidence that the view from any part of the Scion Park, I should say Scion Outlook, would be in any way affected. There is no image, no visualization, but instead only Mr. Stroud's judgment, and that judgment is not supported by either Mr. Froneman or Dr. Mealy. The position was the same as regards the second location in the vicinity of the shelter. Again, no evidence, only judgment that there may be visibility from this location, which is one that is not identified in any document or analysis as being one with any significance in terms of views which it may offer out over the Thames. The third location, glimpses from the Woodland Walk, was also one for which Mr. Stroud offered no evidence, and in any event he agreed that even if there were views of the proposals from this location, such views would be heavily filtered. The only location where there would, it is agreed, be views of the proposed development is in the vicinity of the Isleworth Ferry Gate. In the course of examination in chief, Mr. Froneman took the inquiry to photograph 22 on page 79 of his proof. In circumstances where the setting of the gate is said to contribute so much to the heritage significance not only of that asset, but also of the wider World Heritage Site, it is perhaps a fair question to ask why it is that in a landscape as carefully managed as RBGQ, a tree has been permitted to all but entirely mask that setting. In any event, you, ma'am, have seen the site and on site view, the views available from this location, and you will make your own judgment as to their significance to the ferry gate and to the World Heritage Site. Mr. Stroud agreed that if these were the only harms to which the assessment should have regard, then the degree of harm should be classified as low. That is low in the spectrum of less than substantial harm. That is, even if these views of the proposed development would in fact be available, which is not accepted by the council, particularly given that in respect of 3 out of 4 instances, there is no evidence that there would actually be such visibility. In those circumstances where it is available, Mr. Stroud only asserts that a low degree of harm would result. It is at that point that Mr. Stroud turns to the views towards the application site from the Thames Path, being views available not from within, but from outside of the World Heritage Site and looking away from it. These, Mr. Stroud asserted, make a substantial contribution to the OUV of the World Heritage Site and would be adversely affected. It is respectfully submitted that this position, as adopted by Mr. Stroud and by Historic England, only serves to underscore the extent to which he and they have overstretched in making out their position. The matter can be taken relatively shortly. Firstly, Mr. Stroud confirms that the statement of OUV notes that the boundaries of the World Heritage Site contain all the sources of the attributes composing RBGQ's OUV. Secondly, Mr. Stroud accepts that the Thames Path lies outside of those boundaries. That is, it lies outside of the World Heritage Site. Thirdly, Mr. Stroud accepts that the World Heritage Site Management Plan, a document which was adopted as recently as 2020, following input from Historic England itself, makes no reference to views from the Thames Path as contributing to the OUV of the asset. That is, despite the fact that the management plan dedicates no less than 35 pages to the subject of setting of the World Heritage Site. In fact, rather than referencing any links between the World Heritage Site and the Thames Path, the World Heritage Site Management Plan instead emphasises only the purposeful separation of the WHS from what lies outside it, which indeed is an important aspect of the otherworldly character of the World Heritage Site. Notwithstanding all these matters, Mr. Stroud maintained views of the proposed development from the Thames Path would cause harm to OUV. In understanding Mr. Stroud's approach, it is perhaps helpful to focus on the management plan. It is clearly a document which has very great bearing on the matters at issue before this inquiry. In this regard, it has been drawn up by parties intimately familiar with Kew and who have the preservation of the OUV of the site very much at heart. Further, the document has been recently prepared, and as Mr. Stroud accepted, it was prepared particularly with a view to the threat which development outside of the WHS might pose to the setting of the asset. Indeed, Annex D states on its face that it is expressly concerned with setting and the potential impact of development. Lastly, as Mr. Froneman noted, adopted policy in the London Plan directs that regard should be had to it in development control decisions. Thus, the management plan is of paramount importance. Nowhere in that document is there to be found a single reference to Thames Path views, save in respect of views from the path into the World Heritage Site, as opposed to views away from it. When it was pointed out to Mr. Stroud that the plan contained no such reference, his response was to say, "I wish that it did." With respect, ma'am, that is telling. It is not a question of what Mr. Stroud would like the document to say, but what that comprehensive treatment in the document actually says. In this regard, the management plan identifies formal views and vistas, which Mr. Stroud accepted would not be in any way affected, save as regards his reservation regarding the very bottom of the sign outlook, which he says may be affected. Further, the plan also contains a large number of views of particular heritage assets from within and around the WHS. Again, Mr. Stroud accepted that none of these views would be in any way affected. Mr. Stroud's position is that whilst there are no explicit references to views from the Thames Path as contributing to OUV, there are many such implicit references. Ma'am, it will ultimately be a matter for you and the Secretary of State how to treat the management plan. However, the position of the Council is that the meaning of the document is clear on its face. A fair reading of it is not one that necessitates the mental gymnastics engaged in by Mr. Stroud. We do not need to take flight and imagine what the document might be implying. We should just read what it says. The fact that Mr. Stroud depends for his assessment on these gymnastics tells the inquiry much about how he has gone about that assessment. The position adopted by Historic England and Mr. Stroud is overstated and lacking an evidential platform. The assessments of Mr. Froneman and Dr. Mealy are to be preferred. They are both of the view that no harm to the World Heritage Site would result from the proposed development, a view which is entirely consistent with the concession by Mr. Stroud that the heritage significance of RBGQ will be broadly the same were the proposals to be built out. Mr. Stroud has failed to provide any evidential basis to support his allegations of harm to views from within the WHS, save as regards at the Ferrygate, and resorts almost entirely to what he describes as harm to views from outside the WHS, what he accepts as harm to views outside the WHS, to maintain his position of medium less than substantial harm. As I said before, such position is simply not tenable. Quite simply, Mr. Stroud has strained to find harm in circumstances where harm would not, in fact, occur. Excuse me. The position as regards Sion is another where Historic England overreach. Here, Mr. Stroud has been somewhat selective in terms of his analysis, with a view to emphasising the degree to which the proposed development would intrude upon the setting of the house, the RPG, and indeed the other listed buildings within the RPG. Touching briefly on this last category, it was telling that as regards the various other listed structures within the RPG aside from the house, in his written evidence, Mr. Stroud had sought to assert that even where the setting of listed buildings were in no way affected by the proposed development, all would be affected to some degree by any loss to the park's integrity through harm to its significance. Mum, such a position is clearly wrong, and it is to Mr. Stroud's credit that he recognised as much and withdrew this evidence. However, the fact that he ever made the assertion at all is illustrative of the extent to which Mr. Stroud is straining to find harm as opposed to objectively assessing the existence or otherwise of that harm. Martin, this is also evident in his approach to assessing harm to Scion House. Mr. Froneman had noted in his evidence the fact that much of the significance of Scion lies in its interior. That is, the historic fabric, which would be altogether untouched and unaffected by the proposed development. He further noted that in this context, Pevsner had found the exterior to be rather dull, whilst observing the chief interest of the house is the spectacular series of interiors created by Robert Adam. Such critique of Scion House is clearly relevant to any assessment of harm which the proposed development may or may not cause to the setting of Scion House. However, Mr. Stroud had not included any reference to Pevsner, explaining that he had chosen not to do so because, in his words, I don't entirely agree with him. Notwithstanding that he had accepted in a statement of common ground that Pevsner assists in understanding the historical and architectural significance of various heritage assets in scope. Now, with respect to disregard and effectively exclude considerations which do not support one's assessment must necessarily render that assessment unbalanced. Such partiality is also evident in Mr. Stroud's assessment of the RPG and specified listed buildings within it. By way of example, Mr. Stroud sought to emphasise the Arcadian illusion created by the park, whilst omitting any reference to the obvious and material intrusion of aircraft flying overhead, in terms of the noise and movement which they necessarily bring. Similarly, whilst he sought to emphasise harm that the proposed development would cause to the Wyatt Bridge, he omitted to note the extensive existing unattractive 20th and 21st century development visible in almost every view of it. In yet another illustration, he was quick to point to the extent to which the proposed development would appear in the backgrounds to views of the Line Gate, but had made no mention of the bus stop, served by red double-decker buses standing immediately behind that gate in views from within the RPG. It is, of course, entirely right that Mr. Stroud points to the extent to which the proposed development will intrude into views, in respect of both the setting of the RPG and the setting of listed buildings within it. However, if those intrusions are cited in terms of what is said to be an intact Arcadian illusion or the leafy Arcadian perimeter of the park, it is imperative that other existing intrusions are fully referenced, acknowledged, and discussed, since those existing intrusions must necessarily bear, firstly, on the issue of whether the alleged Arcadian illusion exists at all, and secondly, on the extent to which the addition of the proposed development would in fact harm it. In fact, as Mr. Froneman noted, such illusion is available at Scion Park, but this is only in respect of the eastern park when looking back across the Thames towards RBGQ. However, the proposed development would not be visible in such views, and as such, Mr. Stroud had ignored them. At Scion, as at Kew, Mr. Stroud has overplayed his hand. His is not an objective assessment, such as would assist you, ma'am, and the Secretary of State. Rather, it is a somewhat partisan assessment, which should be approached with a degree of caution. Both the applicant and the council are mindful of relevant statute, case law and policy as regards heritage assets. In particular, the council fully recognises that clear and convincing justification needs to be demonstrated where, as here, harm would be caused to the heritage significance of designated assets, where considerable weight and importance must be given to the conservation of a heritage asset in the planning balance, and where the more important a heritage asset, the greater the weight that should be accorded to its conservation. However, the fact that development will cause a degree of harm to the heritage significance of designated heritage assets does not necessarily act as a prohibition on development. Further, the mere fact that one or more parties suspect or assert that harm may result, does not mean that it will. In the present case, the council has undertaken an extremely comprehensive analysis of the heritage assets potentially affected by the proposed developments. That analysis, undertaken by Mr. Froneman concludes that whilst there will be a degree of harm caused, such harm will be of a low magnitude where it occurs and will not approach either the number of assets or the scale of harm asserted by Mr. Stroud of Historic England. The Council respectfully commends Mr. Froneman's assessment to the inquiry, supported as it is by a second comprehensive assessment from Dr. Mealy. Those assessments are to be preferred to that of Mr. Stroud. However, ma'am, even on Mr. Stroud's assessment, the loss of heritage significance to the various designated assets, including the World Heritage Site, would be so limited that the heritage significance will remain broadly the same once the proposed development has been constructed. Turning finally then to the planning balance. The applications fall to be considered on their merits in the context of relevant statutory provisions and the relevant policy matrix. The proposed development would, as noted above and in the evidence of Mr. Froneman, result in some degree of harm to the heritage significance of designated assets. The assets in scope are of very great importance, and the inquiry is concerned with impact on Grade 1 and 2-star RPGs, Grade 1 listed buildings, and a World Heritage Site. Policy in the NPPF directs that great weight should be given to the conservation of heritage assets with a degree of weight reflecting the degree of importance of the asset. As such, the effect of policy and statute together is to require that considerable weight and importance be accorded in the planning balance to any harm which would be caused, particularly noting that some of the assets in question are of the highest significance. However, the degree of harm that would be caused to the various assets which the parties have discussed would be low. In this regard, the inquiry is respectfully requested to adopt the judgments of Mr. Froneman as set out in the tabular statement of common ground and as supplemented in his oral evidence. In this regard, Mr. Froneman's findings include the following. First, there would be no harm caused to the OUV of the World Heritage Site at RBGQ or to the heritage significance of either the Grade 1 QRPG or the Grade 2 listed ferrygate within it. Secondly, there would be only a low level of less than substantial harm caused to the Grade 2-star RPG at Osterley Park, and no harm would be caused to either the Grade 1 listed Osterley House or the Grade 2 listed entrance lodges and gate piers. Thirdly, there would be only a low level of less than substantial harm caused to the Grade 1 listed assets at Sion, being the house, the RPG, and the Lion Gate. No harm would be caused to the various other heritage assets at Sion, such as the Wyatt Bridge, Flora's Column, the Great Conservatory, and the Pepperpot Lodges. Fourthly, no harm would be caused to other listed buildings outside of the RPGs, such as the Grade 2-star Quaker Meeting House and the Grade 2 listed NatWest Bank, save the low level of harm caused to the Grade 2 listed Gillette Building, and I should add there, madam, also the very low harm to the Coty Factory, also Grade 2. Whereas here, a development proposal will lead to less than substantial harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset, this harm should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal. You, ma'am, and the Secretary of State will recognise that in the present case, multiple such benefits exist. Those benefits are addressed by Mr. Smith on behalf of the Council in Section 7 of his proof. They include the very significant economic activity and employment that will be generated by the proposed development. In addition, they include the provision of community space together with new and enhanced public realm. In the case of the Tesco scheme alone, a minimum of 20,000 square metres of publicly accessible open space would be provided. However, most significantly, the applications will provide for the regeneration of a large-scale underutilised brownfield sites within a designated opportunity area, and the provision of more than 2,100 dwellings, of which some 35% will be affordable. These are matters which comprise real, tangible public benefits to which very substantial weight should attach. These benefits comprehensively outweigh the limited heritage harms that have been identified. Further, they also comprehensively outweigh the aggregate harms of the proposed development. That is, the heritage harm when taken together with the very limited other harm caused, being the low level of harm that would be caused to certain neighbouring properties in respect to daylight and sunlight. As such, the planning balance weighs conclusively in favour of permissions being granted. Accordingly, and in closing, the Council submits that the public interest is firmly and most definitely served by grants of planning permission in respect of the applications. Such a decision would be consistent with policy in both the development plan and in national guidance, and it is on that basis that the council respectfully asks that you, ma'am, recommend and that the Secretary of State determine that the application should be approved. Thank you, madam.
So if we take a short adjournment until 10 to 2, does that give you sufficient time?
It will do, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll resume then at 10 to 2. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you very much.
It's a single-sided ballot.
There's a loose sheet in it. That's what.
Yeah, it's got a
Yeah.
spreadsheet,
Yeah.
ma'am, so that was an afterthought I had when I saw the text. So
Okay.
I'm going to deal with that when we come.
Okay. I was just wondering that something I hadn't got, making sure it wasn't something that I should
No,
have had.
no,
and
no,
got
that's okay.
Trapped. Okay.
If
Thank
you're
very
ready,
much
ma'am,
then,
thank you very much.
Mr. Warren.
Ma'am, I'm going to read this out. I'm not going to read the footnotes, and I mention that because some of them are a little longer than just references. But in a sense, they're things that are obviously I'd like you and the Secretary of State to read. But if you were summarising our case, for instance, the footnotes wouldn't. Up to you, obviously, but in my own mind, I wouldn't necessarily include those in the summary. Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am. So these are the applicants' closing submissions, and by way of introduction, briefly, the two application proposals together comprise an ambitious, comprehensive scheme for the regeneration for residential-led mixed-use development of, in total, nearly 7 hectares of underused commercial land in Hounslow. Both sites, as you know, lie within the Great West Corridor opportunity area, and they come before you and the Secretary of State with the full backing and support of both the local and strategic planning authorities. The opportunity area designation sits within the recently adopted London plan, which begins, you've heard this already today, ma'am, by setting out the challenge for all those concerned, and I quote it, "If London is to meet the challenges of the future, all parts of London will need to embrace and manage change. The areas that will see the most significant change are identified as opportunity areas." What does that mean in practice, I ask? It means seeking ways to optimize previously developed land to meet the identified needs. Inherent in the idea of optimization is that although needs must be met, that shouldn't be at any cost. Opinions will differ about judgmental matters which are relevant to the question of optimization, as in all such cases, but the key is to strike the right balance, accepting some harm if in the wider assessment there is much more to be gained. Ma'am, you've heard focused objections from OGRA and from Historic England. Neither of those parties is responsible for undertaking a balanced assessment of optimization, and they don't bring evidence to the inquiry which carries out the necessary planning balance. On the other hand, it is critical for a balanced approach to be taken by the applicant, part of the Berkeley Group, and for those with the democratic responsibilities for making decisions about planning in London, here obviously the GLA and Hounslow. Striking a balance between many competing issues is a statutory obligation. It is therefore really important in this case to take into account that the local planning authority and the GLA have both decisively judged that the scheme, despite heritage and some other negative impacts, should be delivered so that its benefits can be realised. And then, ma'am, I list out those issues which you identified at the CMC, and we had again at the beginning of the inquiry. I don't read those out. The submissions bear in mind that there is overlap between some of the main issues, and so I'm going to deal with some of them together and then return towards the end to consider the balancing exercise or exercises required by policy and law. The merits of the two applications are addressed together in a composite way unless there are specific issues which require a different approach. So, ma'am, I begin with the first of those topics, the principle of development. Quite short. Both schemes accord with the development plan, we say the adopted Hounslow local plan of 2015 and the London plan of 2021 overall. The emerging plan and associated master plan have not been adopted, but should be given some relatively limited weight at this stage. And the schemes are both in accordance with the emerging plan overall also. Focusing first on the adopted local plan, overarching questions of land use have not really been the subject of real debate or dispute at the inquiry. It's fair to say that there is a general acknowledgement of the need to regenerate the sites and of the acceptability of mixed uses led by residential to come forward on them. Obviously, objectors raise concerns about heritage, design, and a number of other matters, but nothing which goes to the principle of development. For instance, there's no issue over the Homebase scheme's compliance with local plan retail policy and TC3 or flooding. Policy CC3 of the local plan refers the question of tall building locations to, as you know, the emerging plan. As far as the London plan is concerned, the principle of development is directly in line with policy H1, which asks boroughs to optimise the potential for housing delivery on all suitable and brownfield sites, notably focusing, and I quoted, on the mixed-use redevelopment of car parks and low-density retail parks and supermarkets. SD1 of the London plan also supports the application, since it requires boroughs to enable housing delivery in opportunity areas. Nothing in the London plan, therefore, indicates any issue with regard to the principle of development, something which the GLA confirms as its view also. Moving beyond the development plan, both schemes accord in terms of land use principle with the emerging Hounslow Great West Corridor Local Plan Review and the accompanying site allocations local plan review, supported by the Great West Corridor Master Plan. These emerging documents identify the two sites as suitable for major residential-led mixed-use development. The other major consideration, ma'am, in terms of land use principle is the framework, the NPPF, with which both the schemes comply. They provide multiple benefits from a mixed-use redevelopment of the land. They attract significant weight because of their reuse of brownfield, currently underutilised retail and car park sites. The framework lays a heavy emphasis on meeting housing needs, to which I shall return, and urges a proactive approach to applications for changes of use to land currently not allocated, where this would meet identified development needs. And again, ma'am, there's a special focus on using retail and employment land for homes in areas of high housing demand. There's no force to any suggestion that the grant of permission for the schemes would be premature, in the sense of paragraphs 49 and 50 of the framework, given the in-principle alignment between the emerging plan and the two schemes. The position on the principle of development hasn't really changed throughout the application process. The contested issues on design and heritage are relevant to the assessment of the schemes, but not in the same sense issues which go to the principle of what the applicant seeks to bring forward. Whilst the framework and the emerging local plan are behind the schemes, there is ample within the adopted plan, the London plan in particular, to justify the land use principles. And in that respect, we say the schemes are in accordance with the development plan. And so I embark now on the heritage section, which, as you'd imagine, is the longest of the sections in the closing. I'll make some general points first of all. With heritage, we come to one of the main contentious issues. The schemes would cause a degree of harm to designated and undesignated heritage assets, some of which are of the highest importance, Sion House and RPG, Osterley Park, RPG. As such, the intricate series of policy tests which bind together the statutory duty under section 66 of the Planning Listed Building Conservation Areas Act and policy in the form of the NPPF are engaged. Before descending to the detail of approach and the relevant judgments, I draw your attention, ma'am, to the agreed position that harm to a designated asset, even one as important as the World Heritage Site at Kew and Grade 1 assets, doesn't determine the outcome of a planning application. Historic England does not say at this inquiry that permission must be refused. I mean, it cannot, given that it doesn't carry out the determining balances under paragraph 202 of the framework or section 38(6) of the 2004 Act. Indeed, ma'am, given that these are applications within the opportunity area, the examples of Citron and Albany Riverside are relevant. In both cases, permission was granted by the Secretary of State despite less than substantial harm being caused to relevant assets, including the World Heritage Site at Kew and Grade 1 listed buildings. Whilst all cases turn on their own particular facts, obviously, these recent examples I mention, ma'am, because they're material when considering how to frame or judge a balance between harm to important assets and the much needed benefits of housing and affordable housing in Hounslow. Meeting the needs of the future is every bit as important in principle as conserving the significance of the past. The question at the heart of these applications is how great the benefits would be compared to the harm they would cause. As Mr. Stroud for HE acknowledged, the general dictum that decision makers must give great weight to the organisation's views, to HE's views, must be applied reasonably in the particular case. If the views of HE are rejected for clear and cogent reasons in a specific case, there would be little rational purpose in nonetheless giving them great weight in some generalized sense. And so I turn to questions of approach. Much of this is agreed, and I just identify 4 important points. Harm to, firstly, a designated heritage asset falls within one of 2 categories, substantial or less than substantial, and one should locate where on the spectrum of less than substantial harm the harm lies. Considerable importance and weight, secondly, should be given to any harm to designated assets. The application of the framework tests will satisfy the requirements of the statutory provisions, for instance, section 66, but there's no prescribed way for a decision maker to carry out the assessment of harm. If less than substantial harm would be caused to the asset or assets, the decision maker should assess whether the harm, to which great weight should be given, taking into account also the degree of harm, would be outweighed by the public benefits that the scheme would bring. That balancing exercise is tilted against the public benefits and has been described as, that should probably say, amounting to a presumption against the grounds of permission. However, a finding that public benefits would outweigh harm would stand as the clear and compelling reason for allowing a harmful development to occur. And then finally, when assessing the degree of harm to be caused to a designated asset, it's agreed that the key question, in inverted commas, is the degree of harm to the particular aspects of significance that the scheme would cause, rather than the extent to which other aspects of the asset significance would be left unharmed. I note, ma'am, that that is agreed, but subject to the qualification that one must at least bear in mind the context of the asset in question. As I shall come to, ma'am, that point assumes more importance when what is being analysed is harm to setting alone. So I'm going to come back to that one. I leave aside for the moment the even more Byzantine byways of the assessment of World Heritage site effects and pick up the 3, what I think are the main potential disagreements relevant to all the designated assets. And the first is degree of less than substantial harm. So first, the question of how less than substantial harm is calibrated, as it was put, or judged. The framework contains only 2 categories, and the threshold between the 2 is clearly a guide to the upper bound of the lower category, which runs that category from just above no harm to the point at which substantial harm begins. The Bedford case involves the High Court in upholding an inspector's exercise of judgment, describing substantial harm as draining away of the asset's significance, or an effect that would cause the asset's significance, I should say, to be vitiated altogether or very much reduced. The inspector in the Edith Summerskill House decision, writing just before the Holocaust Memorial judgment emerged, put it this way, quote him, essentially substantial harm is set at a high bar such that a good deal or all of the significance of a designated heritage asset would have to be removed for it to be reached. That means that the range for a finding of less than substantial harm is very wide indeed, from a harmful impact that's hardly material to something just below that high bar. Now, in the Holocaust Memorial judgment, the High Court explained the language of draining away that was used in Bedford as nothing more than a metaphorical way of expressing a serious degree of harm to the asset. And because it's relatively new, ma'am, I've just quoted the paragraph referring to the PPG on this. The court said, and I'll just read it, ma'am, for those who haven't got it. It's plain, said the judge, that Mr. Justice J. in Bedford saw the inspector's approach as essentially the same as the approach that he endorsed in an earlier paragraph as a correct basis for addressing the question. In other words, a decision maker would properly both interpret and apply the concept of substantial harm in the framework if she or he assessed whether the impact of the proposed development was sufficiently serious in its effect that the significance of the designated heritage asset, including the ability to appreciate that asset in its setting, was, if not vitiated altogether, at least very much reduced. So the rest of it was about the metaphor and draining away. I won't read you that, ma'am. So therefore, the correct position, as we see it, ma'am, is that when reaching a judgment on where to pitch less than substantial harm in a particular case, the category runs from just above no impact to just below the point at which the significance of the asset or one's ability to appreciate it in its setting, if not vitiated altogether, is then very much reduced. Now, that will become important, ma'am, here, not just obviously when you're forming your own judgment and expressing it in line with the PPG, but in weighing up the evidence given by the experts as part of your consideration. The second point of 3 is about setting harm. As Historic England's guidance states, the setting to an asset is not a heritage asset itself. Its importance lies in what it contributes to the significance of the asset or one's ability to appreciate the significance. Impacts on setting, therefore, other than in the most extreme of cases, are unlikely to cause very serious harm to the significance of the asset, as the inspector said in the Edith Summerskill House report. I quote him again: "In cases where the impact is on the setting of a designated heritage asset, it's only the significance that asset derives from its setting that's affected. All the significance embodied in the asset itself would remain intact. In such a case, unless the asset concerned derives a major proportion of its significance from its setting, then it's very difficult to see how an impact on its setting could advance a long way along the scale towards substantial harm to significance." Now, ma'am, in my submission, that approach is consistent with GPA 3 guidance and with the PPG. And in this inquiry, when considering, for instance, the effects on the setting of Sion House or the RPG, it puts in the foreground the question of whether those assets derive a major proportion of their significance from their setting. That proposition casts an interesting light on the principle I've touched on already, that the key point of assessment is the damage to the aspect of significance rather than what significance remains. Now, that idea applies only once one has assessed how much of its significance the asset derives from its setting. In other words, in order to decide whether it derives a major proportion of its significance from its setting, one has to reach a logically prior view on that point, which inevitably involves considering where or how the overall significance of the asset is constituted. So to put it more simply, ma'am, if one takes the view that some but not the major proportion of the asset's interest lies in matters other than its setting, then we say that gives one a useful steer as to the overall degree of harm which might be caused to the asset by setting impacts. And so you have before you a couple of good examples of that in practice. Examples only, obviously. The inspector in the allotments appeal contextualised the overall effects of the scheme on the significance of Sion House. And secondly, again, Mr. Griffiths in Edith Summerskill House assessed the impact of the proposal as per the framework on the significance of designated assets. So that's the second of the three. The third is about cumulative harm. What is the correct way to consider past or existing harm within the setting of a designated asset when considering the potential less than substantial harm caused by a proposed scheme? The starting point, ma'am, is that the framework requires an assessment of whether there would be less than substantial harm, and I quote it, to the significance of a designated heritage asset. Now, the plain words indicate that one must form a view about the current significance, including setting contribution, and then assess the extent to which that significance would be harmed. It's a glimpse of the obvious, perhaps, but that's the way I set it out. The contribution of setting may already be to some extent attenuated by past changes. Having regard to those is part of assessing what the current setting contribution may be. So, for instance, in the case of rural views towards a listed country house, the presence of major modern infrastructure may well limit the current contribution that setting makes to significance. So that much, ma'am, we would suggest is common sense. And as Dr. Mealy said, it has the added support of the advice in HE's guidance, which sets out a lengthy but non-exhaustive list of things to assess when defining the current setting of an asset. And they include surrounding landscape or townscape character. So existing or past harm may therefore have affected in some way the contribution that setting makes to significance. Now, ma'am, that's not the fault, if I can put it that way, of the new proposal. It's part of the baseline. But now, as it were, the trouble starts. Assessments which, in line with HE's guidance, identify past changes, i.e. the baseline, as having already affected the contribution of setting, are any new harm by reference to the pre-existing situation. And that, everyone agrees, would not be permissible. But none of that means existing baseline harm, in a curious reversal, should be treated as part of the proposed effect. That would certainly, in my submission, ma'am, not make any sense in a system which is based on a case-by-case fact-sensitive assessment of proposed future change. Now, ma'am, I note that HE places some reliance on the view expressed on this point by the Citron inspector, Mr. Nicholson, who was dealing with a case where the proposal caused a degree of visual intrusion, as you know, into the heart of the World Heritage Site at Kew, in a location already affected by the intrusive views afforded of the Haverfield Estate Towers. And Mr. Nicholson's summary in that context was this: to my mind, cumulative harm, he said, should be assessed in three ways. First, it's the proposal that should be assessed initially, followed by a cumulative assessment. As the HE guidance at that time notes, each building will need to be considered on its merits and its cumulative impact assessed, his underlining. Which of these considerations carries more weight and how these are combined will be a matter for the decision maker based on the circumstances. That was his first point. Second, he said existing harm should never be used to justify additional harm. He says policy is unequivocal that the quantum of proposed harm should not be compared with existing harm in assessing whether it would make a significant difference. And then finally, he says if the combination of existing and proposed harm would reach a tipping point, then this would be particularly relevant in judging the overall effect. Now, ma'am, I'd make I hope helpfully anyway, make the following points about that paragraph, and it will emerge from this, ma'am, that we don't accept the points that have been made about Mr. Nicholson's findings in Citron by HE in its closing. So the first point I make about it is the last of his 3 points, so that's the one about tipping point, is plainly right. A cumulative effect may well arise if, to put it a slightly different way, when the new harm was added to the existing baseline, the overall situation changed in a very major way. Hence the reference, obviously, there to tipping point, which is what you've probably seen this, ma'am. Q were alleging would be reached with the Citron scheme impact. And the inspector was right, we say, to define a cumulative impact as including the situation where the advent of the new harm combines with the baseline to reach a tipping point. As to his first point, so that's merits and then cumulative impact, the inspector seems right to say that one looks at the effect of the proposed scheme first and then turns to the potential cumulative effect. Now, ma'am, to be honest, that doesn't cast much additional light on what a cumulative effect may be, other than rightly to reject the idea that the correct approach to assessing effects is to add, I've put it in this way, A, baseline harms occurring in the past, to B, the proposed harm, to arrive at the cumulative harm. But that, however, ma'am, is on one reading the way that HE is suggesting one should carry out a cumulative assessment, and it's nonsensical for the reasons I've already touched upon. The point Mr. Nicholson makes actually has 2 parts. He also says that whether the standalone or cumulative assessment is more important will depend on the facts of the case. And that may well be a reflection, again, of the case that was being advanced in front of him by Q at the Citron inquiry, which was to the effect that due to Q's world apart aspect of OUV, any further visual intrusion would be harmful. That's what they were saying. Of course, that doesn't arise in this case. And then finally, ma'am, I'm sorry to take so long, but it's quite important, this, I think. As to the second point Mr. Nicholson makes, as I've said, there's no dispute that one should not justify harm to a designated asset on the basis that a previous development has already harmed it. But that isn't the same thing as assessing what its current setting contribution may be. So further, what he goes on to say, policy is unequivocal that the quantum of proposed harm should not be compared with existing harm in assessing whether it would make a significant difference, is, with great respect to him, a little ambiguous and could be misleading. What we say, ma'am, is this: just as a matter of common sense, it's difficult to ascertain whether the current contribution a setting makes to an asset's significance would be affected by a new scheme without asking whether the new scheme would make any difference to the setting as it currently stands. So, ma'am, when you read Mr. Nicholson's report in Citron as a whole, though, it seems clear that he undertakes exactly the exercise which the applicant supports in this case, seeing what, if any, difference the scheme itself would make in context. So there's a long way around to get to that, but that's what I say. So the reason HE takes its approach, which we think is contrary to fundamental principles and common sense on this point, is because as an institution, it plainly feels that too much development is justified on the basis of what exists already. But, ma'am, it has a feel of kind of I see no ships about it, that position. The idea that one should only treat existing London around Osterley, for instance, as existing harm to be added to the harm from any new proposal, obviously, ma'am, gives rise to the likelihood that perfectly acceptable development will be refused on the basis of development which simply represents the organic growth of London. So I emerge, ma'am, with some relief from the thicket of contested ideas about cumulative harm, and I make the following, I hope, straightforward submission applying those observations to the current case. The current degree of urban intrusion into the relevant settings here, Sion RPG, Osterley RPG, is relevant, we say, when considering what contribution setting currently makes to significance. It doesn't justify further harm because whether it's justified is a paragraph 202 exercise. It simply allows for a sensible conclusion to be reached as to the actual harm to significance now that would be caused by the schemes in front of the inquiry. So where I get on with it, ma'am, a short point about images. HE refer in their closing to those cropped views at the back of 1051, the site visit set of images. They're helpful on site, but away from the place itself, they don't show the context that one obviously simply sees using the cropped photos on the site. So, and I make this obviously particularly for those receiving your report, ma'am. The images using the 24mm at the beginning of CD 1051 are more reliable when away from the site. And that point is of some importance because visibility itself doesn't equate to harm. In order to judge what the current setting is and what the effect of the scheme will be, one has to approach the assessment realistically. So I deal first of all, unlike the others, I think, with Q. There would be no harm, ma'am, to the OUV, the outstanding universal value of the World Heritage Site as a result of the proposals. The very great importance of the asset, of course, never been in question, nor has the potential adverse impact of visual intrusion on it, bearing in mind how recently Citron and Albany Riverside were decided. Prior to the inquiry documentation being assembled, HE and others had formed the view that the application schemes would be visible from the lawn known variously as the Sion Outlook or the Sion Lawn. Indeed, that was clearly the basis on which communication had been had with ICOMOS about the two schemes. You've now had the benefit, ma'am, of a full suite of verified images from relevant viewpoints, and you've undertaken a site visit at the time of year when fewer trees are in leaf. There would be no material view of the scheme from within the World Heritage Site. No view at all from the Sion Outlook, no view from next to or near the White Shelter, no view through branches of trees in the Woodland Walk area, and no real glimpse through the Isleworth Ferry Gate. There's no evidence that the state of vegetation around the edge of Kew Gardens, obviously relevant to this point, is likely to change. The opposite is true. The management plan says that the management intention for the areas of woodland which geometry would indicate views of the scheme might be created if they were opened up, is maintenance, as to quote the management plan, thick tree planting. Mr. Forbes-Laird's evidence as to the longevity of existing trees at Sion was similarly cogent. There's no foreseeable likelihood of any tree loss or removal such that greater views would be opened up, i.e. from the Sion Outlook, for instance. And that is supported by, on the other side of the river, as it were, Sion Heritage Landscape Management Plan, which by contrast stresses the intention to plant, not remove trees. No reasonable or likely material change in the type or amount of tree cover which screens the WHS from the application schemes is to be found in the evidence. The consequence is all clearly recorded, ma'am, in the AVR work that you have, the accuracy and reliability of which is unimpeachable. The only candidate for a glimpse of the scheme from within the WHS is through the upper part of the ferry gate. But as you'll have seen, ma'am, on the site visit, there's a tree between the gate and the riverbank. And at the distance involved with the small aperture of the gate and the screening tree, the reality is that there would not be a view or glimpse from here. That's why, of course, the agreed location for a view in the vicinity of the ferry gate was the one on the Thames Path, not which is obviously outside the WHS. It is of significance to the HE case on the World Heritage Site that there would be no visual intrusion. Mr. Stroud accepted that he produced no evidence to the contrary, beyond assertions which were inconsistent with the evidence that you have. In this particular appeal, the absence of any such evidence is even less excusable, given that 6 months elapsed between the cross-examination of Mr. Spence, making clear the unreliability of his images, which has been referred to and relied on by Mr. Stroud in his written evidence. Not a single image purporting to show a World Heritage view of the scheme was produced even then. Now, rather than withdraw that aspect of its case, as perhaps would have been more appropriate, the HE fell back on an untenable argument that views from the Thames path, which obviously it's agreed would be affected to some degree by views of the application schemes, would themselves cause harm to the OUV of the World Heritage Site. Now, that argument derives no support from the ICOMOS technical report, which, as Dr. Mealy observed, is very careful to distinguish between impacts on OUV, which it assumed would be the case due to erroneous information, and visual effects experienced within the buffer zone, which includes the Thames path as well as the whole of Syon Park. So before recapping why the Thames path doesn't cause harm to the OUV of the World Heritage Site as a kind of proxy for views from the WHS, I stress the point, ma'am, given that these are called in applications, that very little weight should be given to the ICOMOS letter. It's written to the state party, in other words, the government, which is the decision maker in these applications. And so its shortcomings as a piece of analysis ought, we would suggest, to be made very clear to the Secretary of State to avoid misunderstandings. And ma'am, this is where that separate sheet comes in, which was as I said, a late thought that I had, forgive me. And it just refers, ma'am, to one of the last paragraphs of the HE closing submissions, where it suggested that what is described as ICOMOS's concerns, if you remember that, paragraph 130, about tall buildings near Kew and Hounslow policy, so the ICOMOS's concerns, should be treated as a significantly weighty material consideration. If you see that suggestion made in paragraph 130, presumably, it doesn't say so, but presumably against the grant of consent. Now, ma'am, my submission is that they should not be treated in that way for two reasons. Firstly, it isn't HE's evidence or their case. And so I do find it to some degree objectionable because it wasn't a point in Mr. Stroud's evidence, oral or written, and the point wasn't put to Dr. Mealy or Mr. Froneman. But more to the point, I ask also, ma'am, for you to reflect on, why should that concern be material, if ICOMOS has been critical, of the Secretary of State's own grants of consent at Citron and Albany Riverside? Why should that be material for the Secretary of State? So I resist the suggestion that their, quotes, concerns should be weighty material considerations of the Secretary of State. Nothing of the kind in my submission. So I go back, ma'am, to one of the main issues, which is paragraph 50 of the closing, the proxy point. And I make these points. Firstly, ma'am, views from the Thames path are not views, obviously, from within the WHS. Secondly, as Mr. Stroud notes, the Statement of Outstanding Universal Value says this: the boundaries of the WHS contain all the sources of the attributes composing RBGQ's OUV. So they don't come from outside the inscribed World Heritage Site. Thirdly, and forgive me, this is slightly repetitious of what my learned friend said, but had any aspect of OUV stemmed from or been contributed to by views from the Thames path, A, the Thames path would have been included in the WHS itself, as it easily could have been, and B, the management plan would have referred to it. When the management plan talks about the relationship with the landscape over the Thames, it's obviously speaking about the way that Capability Brown, annexed the view across the river, something which is only recoverable now from within the WHS at the Syon Outlook. The argument based on generalized ideas of setting that we hear in the HE closing blurs the distinctions that are very important to the approach that ICOMOS takes to defining the OUV of a World Heritage Site. Fourthly, ma'am, the point does go further because the Thames path lies in the buffer zone, which is sometimes referred to as the World Heritage Site's immediate setting. HE wishes the Thames path to fill in for the lost Brownian views enclosed by Victorian changes. Now, in that context, ma'am, light is shed by the management plan on whether views from the Thames path are considered by Kew to be part of the setting of the World Heritage Site. Annex D, setting, does not mention any views. There's no diagram identifying the importance of any views from the Thames Path as contributing to the setting of the World Heritage Site. And ma'am, it's not credible to claim that such an important point might simply be implied, as it was put. That's precisely the opposite kind of approach to comprehensive assessment the management plan undertakes, as it must do, given its role in the process and in UK policy. Fifthly, ma'am, the Thames Path is in the buffer zone, but it doesn't have a role as a proxy for vanished views from within the WHS. Again, had that really been the case, the management plan would certainly have identified it. It doesn't, because the notion has no historic authenticity. As Dr. Mealy said, the Capability Brown views were from further back, within a loose woodland setting, not beyond the boundary on an engineered riverbank walkway. It also misses the point that the Thames Path, apart from the anachronism, is the opposite of the Brownian landscape device. The ha-ha created an illusion of continuity from the Sion Outlook area as it was at the time, across the Thames to the Sion Parkland. It excluded rather than included the Thames Path, or towpath as it was at the time. Seeing the joins between the two estates in such an unmediated way as looking from below at the outside of the ha-ha undermines the sense of what Brown designed, not, ma'am, summons it back to mind. Seventhly, the WHS's connection with the Arcadian Thames is perceived from within the WHS at the Sion Outlook. It's not perceived from the Thames Path because one cannot experience the WHS from there. That's a point made clearly in the setting appendix in the management plan, which only identifies, if you remember this expression, ma'am, the drawing in of the Sion Park landscape at that point at the Sion Outlook. It's difficult to draw something in when you are standing outside. So eighthly, ma'am, the management plan's analysis of setting strongly bears this out. The WHS is said to be a place apart, designed over several centuries to be appreciated from the inside. And it says that ground level views are carefully controlled, with only the very carefully composed Sion Outlook acting as an exception. So HE in its closing submission, ma'am, blur the Arcadian Thames idea with what is or is not a heritage asset. There is no designated or undesignated asset called, quotes, the Arcadian Thames. The Thames Path, therefore, is not part of a setting for such an asset. By contrast, the so-called Arcadian Thames is a way of describing cultural associations of certain views in the context of other assets, which takes us back to the point about what kind of views and experience one actually has now on the Thames Path. And then finally, ma'am, sorry to have such a long list, the final problem with HE's attempt to convert the Thames Path into something relevant to the AUV of the heritage site is that there is an evident contrast between the designed, carefully controlled Sion view and the Thames Path. The former is where one really does get a powerful, focused sense of the Brownian design intent. It's a phrase from an earlier use of the manuscript, which is still clearly legible on the surface. Sorry to be a bit florid, but to take the palimpsest metaphor, the latter, the Thames Path, is a modern kinetic experience where one does experience Sion House and part of the park, but as part of a linear movement, which includes at all times views of modern development. So the Thames Path should not, in consequence of these points, we say, be treated as immediate setting of Q, which contributes to the OUV. So there is no wider sense in which the Thames Path views within the setting of the WHS are relevant to it, because the OUV is not affected. The OUV is the heritage significance of the asset, and so it follows that there would be no harm to the significance of the World Heritage Site as a result of the application proposals. Mr. Stroud's middle of the scale of less than substantial harm would be wildly out, even if one could get glimpses of the scheme here and there. It is, on analysis and evidence, completely incorrect. The same goes for the RPG. It's coterminous, and there's no, I asked Mr. Stroud, additional point, as he made clear. The same goes for the conservation area. Although the Thames Path does fall within it, the significance of the conservation area is entirely bound up with the RPG queue. So I turn, ma'am, to Sion. And here, of course, there's no dispute that the views one would have of the application schemes in conjunction with Sion House would give rise to a degree of less than substantial harm to those assets. They're grade 1, and the low level of less than substantial harm identified by Dr. Mealy should be given great weight when considering the applications. Before turning to the key issue of the degree of harm, though, a word again about the extent of the effect. Dr. Mealy explained how successive stages of analysis have been undertaken to understand precisely what the effect would be. So those involve accurately modelling verified 3D views from points agreed with the council, creating the 360-degree views, the two kind of bubble views where you turn around, as well as the moving tracking shots. And I think, ma'am, you had the VR images available to you when you were on your site visit. So the queries raised about the latter, the moving shots, and the labelling and location of a couple of viewpoints are answered in the recent note, and nothing further, I think, arises. You and the Secretary of State, ma'am, can have faith in the accuracy and representativeness of all of the AVR material produced by the applicant. Mr. Stroud recognised that his earlier reliance on Mr. Spencer's material needs to be seen in the light of errors exposed by the AVR rebuttal. It was clear, ma'am, from Mr. Spencer's evidence that his methodology is not sound and had led not just to inaccurate images, but to seriously misleading ones. Their transmission through HE to the Secretary of State and to ICOMOS was highly regrettable, and no weight should be given to them, even as generalized guides or aid memoir. The effect we're talking about, ma'am, would be visible for about 80 meters along the Thames path, the green arrow. One would have a view of the application schemes, principally the Homebase scheme. Only for a short section, about 19 seconds, if you watch it again, ma'am, on the video timer, would the taller section track behind the house itself. For the majority of the time, it would be off to the side, partly screened even in winter by mature trees. There would be some visual connection or juxtaposition between the eastern side of the house and the scheme due to the gap in the tree planting there. And Dr. Mealy ascribes a low level of overall less than substantial harm to the significance of Sion House due to these effects. By contrast, ma'am, Mr. Stroud considers that the effect on the significance of Sion House would be medium-high in the range of less than substantial. Indeed, one can see quite what Mr. Stroud means by that judgment when he says that the application schemes, as he put it, would cause very serious harm to significance by disturbing this especially important aspect of setting. Now, ma'am, Dr. Mealy is very experienced in assessing this kind of impact and is realistic. Yes, of course, there is an absence of development in some views of the house which contributes to significance. And the appearance of the scheme will cause harm for the kinds of reasons which HE suggest. But it's the degree of impact that he doesn't accept, Dr. Mealy. To say that the appearance of the scheme would cause very serious harm to something as rich, multifaceted and visually dominant as Sion House seen from the Thames path, simply, ma'am, we say pitches the impact too high. There are also two obvious preliminary reasons why that is a judgment which ought to be rejected. Firstly, it was based in part on the view that the views one would have of the schemes would harm the archaeological significance of the house. Now, ma'am, the buried remains of the previous buildings on the site owe nothing to the setting which would be affected by the scheme. Secondly, Mr. Stroud's view was also based on the idea that the historical interest of the house would be harmed. Now, apart from the fact that the actual historic associations are, for obvious reasons, difficult to disturb, there's nothing in the way the view would be affected that would impinge on one's ability to appreciate the history of the house, whether that's Charles I visiting his family or the Battle of Brentford in the Civil War. Moving to more important points, ma'am, the latter was also part of a wider mistaken point that informed Mr. Stroud's assessment. This is the one about the illusion of the Arcadian or simply past Thames. Ma'am, a slippery concept, it seems to us, when one considers the idea of the Arcadian Thames, as Dr. Mealy observed, is an art historical term which, strictly speaking, applied to the Brownian phase of Kew and Sion and centered on carefully controlled artificial effects invoking a boundless, polite landscape. By contrast, although one can obviously see Sion in its still at least partly Brownian setting, the views one has of it are part of a kinetic view which do not, even if one's being realistic, permit the viewer to forget the modern context in which Sion now sits. Now, and this is a critical point, obviously, in the dispute that we have. Mr. Stroud acknowledges that what he bases his view on is not the idea that viewers nowadays succumb to the delusion that they're in the 18th century, not many of them anyway, but A, that the views here allow them to appreciate to some degree the design intent at the time, and in a way that, secondly, would be shattered, as he put it, by the scheme. Now, HE in its closing said that the key point was that the design intent was to create a sense of never-ending illusion. But, ma'am, that simply fails to recognise that the Sion landscape in the Western Park was never severed from the wider outside context. Never severed from the wider outside context. It was always visible along the access, through the screen, with a rather circumscribed sequence of gate, sinuous path to make most of the space available. Bridge, Lime Avenue. From points on most of that sequence, one could see the edge of the park, and for many years now, the urban setting in which it sits. Now, ma'am, as you would have seen on the site visit, those 2 points, so the points, ma'am, 1 and 2, just over the page, are so overstated as to border on the unreasonable, as is the view that the effect would be, as Mr. Stroud puts it, a jarring dissipation of historic character. On the one hand, ma'am, the degree of intactness in the sense of what it allows one to experience is overstated. One appreciates a very general sense of the cultural landscape from the Thames Path, but subject to very important caveats. In other words, the highly perceptible and evolving modern context. On the other hand, the house itself and its immediate setting are very strong features indeed, the power and centrality of which the appeal scheme will not dislodge at all. Dr. Mealy's evidence was that the harm to Sion House would be caused by the distraction caused by the application scheme appearing behind and to the side in a relatively limited set of views, principally from the section of the Thames Path analysed by AVR. And he calibrated the harm as a low level of less than substantial harm for these reasons. Firstly, the precise set of views in question contain the house in its very strong foreground and landscaped setting, which is the most important contributor that its setting makes and which would not be affected. Secondly, the absence of development behind or to the side in those views, he accepted, is part of the setting contribution and is the part affected by the schemes. But it's not the main contributor, recalling the approach to setting in other cases. That's because the illusion or intactness is actually fleeting. From the Thames Path, the viewer is not really able to experience the house without a persistent sense of modern times. Therefore, the aspect of setting most affected does not play a very significant part in its significance. Thirdly, ma'am, there wouldn't be a shattering effect on the ability to perceive the architecture, the grandeur, and so on of the house. As Dr. Mealy said, it's a monumental structure. The towers and turrets and the lion of which are highly prominent in those views due to relative proximity, colour, relatively simple forms, and the way the sun and shadows catch them, all set in a relatively well-vegetated context. The images that you've got allow you to see how little the effect on the battlemented section or the lion would be. By contrast, ma'am, the schemes are almost a kilometre further away, and motion parallax would work to counteract the very distraction that gives rise to the low, less than substantial harm. So, ma'am, to the extent that the eye was caught by the scheme, it would all but instantaneously enable the viewer to tell that the schemes were far off in the background, not as it were part of Sion House, and quite different to Sion House, something helped by the materiality of the Homebase scheme in particular. Appreciating that would, we say, ma'am, limit the extent to which one's appreciation of the house as a grand baronial establishment set in its own landscape setting would be diminished. Dr. Mealy finally also examines the allegation that the schemes would harm the value of Sion, lent it by association with paintings and other images, particularly in the 18th century. He notes that the high degree of idealization and illusion in the images bears only a tangential relationship with the current context, to the extent that they don't, in fact, lend the house or the World Heritage Site or the RPG any additional relevant significance of a kind that might be disrupted by visual intrusion. And for those reasons, ma'am, Dr. Mealy's analysis of relatively low less than substantial harm on the house should be preferred. As for the park, ma'am, to the east, in other words, Thames side, many of the same points apply, as the house is a component of the RPG. Mr. Stroud, we say, is quite wrong to suggest that any impact on the setting of Flora's column or the Great Conservatory. The former is offset to the northeast of the house, would not be readily viewed in association with the scheme. Indeed, ma'am, there are no images produced by Mr. Stroud to illustrate that relationship, save the very distant shot in which Flora's column plays little part. The Great Conservatory is recessive in the views produced and would not be affected. From the western park, there would be some effects, which contribute to Dr. Mealy's overall view that there would be a low, less than substantial harm caused by the schemes. He doesn't find that harm would be caused to the Pepperpot Lodges, you may remember, given the tremendously strong axial views on which they're designed to lie and within which they're perceived, and the oblique partial glimpse of the scheme through trees and behind behind other buildings, which would be afforded in a context that one has to recognise does not contribute to the significance of the listed structures or the park through being entirely absent of visible modern development. It would barely be perceptible, frankly, in conjunction with the lodges. The significance of the ornamental bridge wouldn't be harmed. Its setting is largely internal. Its setting is largely internal to the park. It's low-lying, and it's approached along the strong axis of the Lime Avenue. As it crosses the lake, the contribution that setting makes is increasingly diminished by the visibility of modern development outside the park. Any view of the scheme will not cause a step change in that relationship. As for the Lion Gate, ma'am, its principal function of representing the power and wealth of the Duke would not be affected at all by the scheme. Its gateway, or as Historic England put it, embellishment function, affording glimpses of the green-controlled premises within, would also not be affected. From inside of the park, the scheme would obviously be seen in the background of the gate from within the nearer parts of the park. But again, the absence of development is not a particularly notable contributor to the significance of a structure that's always occupied the role of interface with the London of the day. Indeed, ma'am, leaving aside the mediating presence of the trees on the other side of London Road, which would filter some of the proposed built form behind the Lion Gate, there's nothing alien or lacking context about the appearance of the scheme in that view. It's not inside the park, obviously, which the gate is there to demarcate. It announces the location of the Great West Road, which is an important location in this part of London. Its effect will fluctuate within the park, but in no sense will it diminish what is significant about the gate itself, which obviously is another listed structure, or what it contributes to the significance of the RPG. The gate, ma'am, of course, runs counter to the way that Mr. Stroud sees the landscape design. Its visibility announces the end or the edge of the park, not as claimed a sense of never-ending Arcadian illusion. It was rather more worldly and multifaceted than that, as Dr. Mealy says. Seeing London beyond it, as one has for many years, doesn't strike at the heart of the asset's significance or its contribution to the RPG. Again, one notes, ma'am, the medium-high, less than substantial, judged by Mr. Stroud. It is, we say, a substantial overstatement. Views of the scheme from further to the west in the area of Park Road or the entrance would be distant views, and although the scheme might appear in them, it would be perceived as being well outside the park. As I've said, one's experience of the setting of Syon Park is of a great London estate, rather than an illusion of a country house in a rural location. Indeed, the Brownian and later design has nothing of the world apart that Kew does. For that reason, the setting doesn't confer or allow perception of significance based on keeping out views of the now obviously fully urbanized hinterland. And the same is true at Osterley Park. There, the house would not be affected at all by the scheme, it's agreed. The designed parkland really occupies an inward-looking area around the house and lakes, and there would be no views into most of that area. The one exception would offer a glimpse of the buildings at a right angle to the grassed area by the lake, and we say would not materially distract from composition, sense of overall landscape design or significance. The rest of Osterley Park's RPG is former agricultural fields, which are enclosed, which now have a wide open grassed appearance, as you've seen. It's less mannered than the western part of Syon Park, and its interface with London comprises extensive suburban housing and a number of tall buildings. It therefore informs one's understanding of Osterley Park as a London estate, long ago subsumed into the urban area. Mr. Stroud characterised the effect of the schemes as he saw it as something novel. But in truth, it would be a difference in degree rather than in kind. Having said all of that, obviously, Dr. Mealy accepts a very low degree of less than substantial harm due to visual impact on a single alignment. In terms of the conservation area at Osterley, it's agreed by the 3 witnesses that there would be no direct harm to the conservation area through that part of it which lies within the Tesco scheme site. Dr. Mealy acknowledges a very low degree of less than substantial harm due to the infilling of the skyline in views from the south. And then I deal relatively briefly with what I call the Great West Road assets. Certainly, on approaching from the west, the Gillette building is prominent, set at an angle to the rather complex open space, which includes the junction and the petrol filling station. It's more recessive when approached from the east, however. No harm would be caused to it by the Homebase scheme, which is set well away. It steps back from the junction and does not obstruct the view when approaching up Scion Lane from the station. The Tesco scheme would appear in its backdrop in some views, and to a very limited degree cut down the extent of the clear sky around the tower, but there would still be full space around it for those approaching from the west on the Great West Road and from those travelling south on Scion Lane, as illustrated. The 2 proposed schemes are offset from the Gillette building and on different alignments, though the Tesco scheme is tied into the Gillette building by its frontage block's shoulder height. Other buildings I cover compendiously in these submissions, but you and the Secretary of State will have regard, obviously, to the written evidence on those by Dr. Mealy. The overall point I make is that the other assets are of a very different kind to those proposed on the 2 application sites. They are typically horizontally emphasised mid-century buildings set back from the road. The proposed development will not affect what is interesting or special about them. Even the Coty building, for instance, which is close by, has a robust quality that will hold its own when seen in real views, where it has some presence at or above the footway. So, largely through it, but design briefly next. And I just make a couple of points about character and appearance. The 2 sites sit on Scion Lane, which since the beginning of major development in the area in the 20th century has formed the dividing line between 2 quite different character areas. The one to the west, comprising relatively low density and low rise housing. That to the east, a major employment area characterized by very large buildings on substantial plots, the so-called Golden Mile. As Mr. Patel notes in his proof, this division was based on land ownership differences originally, but its effect today is no less marked for some of the industrial and commercial buildings having fallen into disrepair or having been redeveloped for retail. However, the effect overall is one of a rather low-grade and fractured townscape, with many important sites like the Tesco and Homebase sites lying under a sea of car parking, with, certainly in the Tesco case, very poor built form under-occupying part of the site. The Grimshaw Homebase store has a little architectural interest and is properly referred to, as a non-designated heritage asset, but its removal would allow a key corner site to play a proper role in the townscape and contribute towards a better place. Both sides, obviously, I've said already, are within the opportunity area, and the council envisages tall buildings on them and a considerable change in scale, massing, and density. This has led to objection from local people, including obviously from OGRA. The objection turns on the juxtaposition of 2 different scales and the repeated allegation that the schemes are not contextual. Now, as to the exact heights proposed, it's correct to say that in both schemes, the proposals exceed the heights identified in the master plan. But that's not a planning objection. The master plan's parent local plan policy is still in draft. The document set out indicative heights to which some relatively limited weight can be given. The indicative master plan based on those heights was used to identify site capacities, but as you've seen already, those are expressed in the draft allocations as minimum development quantum, with the master plan draft itself, saying that the assessment could not, at the plan making stage, match the comprehensive work which would be undertaken for a planning application. So, ma'am, there's just no force in the suggestions made in cross-examination that the schemes have come forward in breach, if you like, of the emerging plan. As things stand, the application is the appropriate forum for a detailed discussion about specific heights. Now, since the design work in the end drives the unit numbers, the indicative yields from the two sites in question should also be treated with care. They are the minimum that Hounslow expects to be forthcoming from the developments. And so again, it's a fallacy to suggest that since only just over 1,400 units were indicated in the draft plan, that the unit numbers in the current applications are, quote, not needed. Given the housing need figures for Hounslow, the council, as you've heard, is fully supportive of the applicant's optimisation of the site's capacity beyond those indicative figures. So, ma'am, the point is obviously also connected to the issue of alternatives. So 2 points I make about that. First, there's no evidence before you that the Hounslow needs will be met without these two sites, or if some lesser figure came forward from them. There's no room, to put it bluntly, for complacency where housing needs are concerned, and there are local examples, which you heard about, in which anticipated numbers haven't arisen at all. Secondly, and in any event, as to different ways of addressing height and massing within the schemes, Hounslow reviewed this issue in the context of the environmental statement and rightly judged that reasonable alternatives had been studied and rejected. The applicant changed architectural practices during the early phase. As the finally appointed architect who you heard from said on this point when asked about the process which led to the proposed heights, there was an iterative approach taken involving the whole team. Issues such as daylight sunlight, neighbour amenity, minimising heritage harm were all constantly reappraised, and the schemes before you were the result. And I deal relatively briefly, because you know about these points, ma'am, with the home-based design points, including living conditions. Mr. Patel's design successfully meets the brief to provide for a new Tesco store so that both sites can come forward, and above the store to provide high-quality residential apartments. The overall height and massing of the home base would successfully achieve the brief. It would address the corner of Scion Lane and the Great West Road cleverly by stepping back and creating an interesting silhouette, which also allows breathing space, as I've said, for the Gillette building when seen coming up Scion Lane, and would reduce the intensity of the built form on the corner opposite the existing residential neighbourhood. Historic England took the approach in cross-examination and submissions that Mr. Patel had had no regard to the wider heritage context, but his design response to the consultations relating to the wider heritage context is also then criticised. So you just made it higher, if you remember. Now, ma'am, that's entirely unfair. So these exchanges actually show that the wider context was taken into account. Historic England, not a body immediately involved in designing mixed-use residential schemes as far as we know, and not calling anyone with design expertise or planning input, engage in what I might describe, ma'am, as a wide-ranging scattergun criticism of PTP and JTP's design process without any evidential underpinning. Apparently now they are the arbiters of good mixed-use regeneration design, whose views, simply expressed on their behalf by leading counsel, should be preferred to those of highly experienced architects. Now, ma'am, the basic design point made is just an empty assertion anyway. The design and access statements do explain why the heights are proposed to be as they are. They build up from the different sides of the two sites, stepping up, achieving an interesting skyline, and grouping of taller elements. In the home-based case, Block C, as you heard, has a particular function, as Mr. Patel said. The frontage is broken up for the reasons he gave. The corner steps for the reason he gave. The taller B blocks in the home-based scheme are to address the scale and end stopping of the Great West Road from west and east. The judgment as to the height of the tallest elements depends on the judgments made about the rest, as it is a proper composition by a well-known and experienced architect. And ma'am, the same explanation applies to Mr. Adams and his firm JTP, developing their massing and height for the Tesco scheme. It steps up from Scion Lane, from the conservation area. It addresses the relatively insensitive side with the large-scale massing of Skye. It contains various typologies, not just identical blocks of different heights. So, ma'am, these points are all set out in the design and access statement and in Mr. Adams's comprehensive proof of evidence. There was no HE evidence to gainsay his evidence, and the poverty of the HE assertions made on the basis of the evidence given should be given no weight. So HE also apparently finds itself in a position to advise you and the Secretary of State about planning matters. Again, no real weight should be given to those remarks in the absence of any evidence from HE on this point that could be tested and evaluated. No planning or design evidence form part of the HE statement of case, and an unsympathetic observer might form the view that HE are straying well beyond their remit and engaging in commentary on design and planning matters for which they have no brief and no relevant expertise. That HE want a rigorous assessment, you heard at the end, of planning to set against the heritage points, but they provided no such assessment themselves. The Scion Lane frontage, ma'am, would have a 4-storey podium with well-spaced higher elements, some 35 metres apart. Again, the architectural choice has multiple benefits. It reduces the height of the main elements of the frontage to a height no greater than the set-off distances across Scion Lane to the facing residential development. It also allows light to penetrate proposed residential units above the podium. The Scion Lane elevation of the Homebase scheme is end-stopped, or as Mr. Patel, I think, put it, bookended with a taller element. There's a useful waymarking effect from the height of Block C, which lies near the station and has a 60-metre plus set-off from the housing to the south on the other side of the railway. At the eastern edge of the Homebase scheme, the context is quite different. The commercial sites spread away along the Golden Mile. There is a real opportunity here to mark the transition point with some taller elements, which would be legible in views westward along the Great West Road and begin to create a denser, better planned mixed-use neighbourhood. Again, ma'am, the contrast with much low-rise existing development to the east, the Scion Clinic and the currently empty car showroom are the closest, would be unmistakable. But the entire area is earmarked for regeneration under the emerging Great West Corridor Master Plan. And there is a benefit to beginning that new phase of development along this important route with a confident and well-designed building. In terms of architectural treatment, ma'am, the built components above the podium have a family resemblance both to the rest of the scheme and to modern and Art Deco style of many of the buildings in the area. A design choice which enables the greater scale to be assimilated more easily, in the sense, ma'am, that the new buildings would come to represent 21st century well-planned residential development expressed in the wider area's existing design language. Design is, of course, much more than simply height, massing, and architectural style. It has a subjective aspect to it, which makes it hard to please all those who may have a stake in the outcome of an application. And there's no surprise that some have found the design overly large or tall. The GLA and the London Borough of Hounslow consider that the Homebase scheme doesn't comply with Part B of the London Plan Policy D9, the Tall Buildings Policy, but the criteria in Part C of that policy are met, and that therefore the heights of the proposal they consider are acceptable. It's of particular importance that the Homebase proposal increases legibility, responds appropriately to the neighbouring context in terms of stepping up, and avoids unacceptable effects on neighbour amenity, and creates a skyline which enhances the character and appearance of the area. And ma'am, you'll note that the GLA took into account the views of the DRP, but considered, as the applicant had done, that the scheme was of a very high quality. The GLA had requested changes to blocks B2 and B3 in its stage 1 report, and those were made, and upon review, the GLA acknowledged that their residual concerns had been overcome and that the height and massing were now uniformly of a high standard. The questions were raised by the GLA and others over play, unit sizes, internal daylighting, and single aspect units. All of those points were considered and approved by the GLA and, of course, by Hounslow. It's true that a minority of the units are single aspect, but none is north facing and they have good sunlight access and adequate daylight. Given the need to optimize this brownfield site, as you know, ma'am, a degree of flexibility is directed by MPPF paragraph 125C. Further detail on those points was given in Mr. Patel's written and oral evidence, to which you no doubt have regard. Much more briefly on Tesco, ma'am, the JTP design for that Tesco site is in outline due to the way the overall scheme is intended to be phased. It too went through the same process and was approved as a high quality design by the GLA and by Hounslow. The illustrative scheme shows what an exciting new place it would be. And I draw attention, ma'am, to the following. Firstly, the GLA judges that the Tesco scheme complies with the criteria in Part C of that policy, that's D9, due to the varied massing of the scheme and the strong placemaking, as they put it in the master plan. Secondly, ma'am, neither the GLA nor Hounslow raised any concerns about the amount of public open space or its usability. And thirdly, there were no concerns about the living conditions of future residents raised by the GLA or Hounslow. And in this case, no comment about single aspect units, given that there is some flexibility in the design at the outline stage and there is a strong design code. The different typologies on the site allow for contextual placemaking within the framework of the master plan. On Scion Lane, the width of the street, reinforced with street tree planting, leads or would lead to a well-articulated set of frontage buildings. The step down to enable a good transition with the houses on the western side of the site, with higher buildings stepping up behind. The shoulder height of the main horizontal base, as I've said, of the Gillette building was used as a contextual benchmark, and it works well to knit in the new with the old. The tallest elements, ma'am, provide some of the best quality accommodation on the site and are appropriately pitched in terms of their relative height to each other and to the local context. They are furthest away from the residential areas to the west in particular, something which assists to optimise the potential of the desperately underused Tesco site, while maintaining a substantial breathing space between them and the housing on the other side of Scion Lane. OGRA and to some extent the DRP maintain concerns over the scale, height and massing of the scheme, but the site is a very large one with sensitive boundaries only really to the north and the west. Great care has been taken throughout the scheme to enable height and much greater density to be provided without compromising the sense of place that the scheme will create. So for these reasons, ma'am, the design, including the living conditions for residents, would be of a very high standard indeed and bring a welcome boost in quality to the area to the west of Scion Lane, in line with national, and that should probably say east, shouldn't it? To the east, forgive me, to the east of Scion Lane, in line with national and local policy. And then, ma'am, just a couple of pages of sweeping up other things that I need to cover quickly. On environmental points, a full suite of technical reports has been submitted, and there are no outstanding technical issues raised by statutory consultees. OGRA raised a number of queries which we have answered as the inquiry has gone along. I'll give you the references to those. Both schemes would be acceptable in terms of construction impacts, subject to the conditions discussed at the session. Both schemes would be acceptable with proposed mitigation in terms of microclimate, heating, energy, urban greening, circular economy, and biodiversity net gain. On mix, ma'am, briefly, there's no objection on mix from Hounslow, who, as OGRA point out, are the democratic body charged with assessing and providing for a mix of housing, or the GLA, who sets the strategic, that should say, direction on mix in London. The OGRA case about overcrowding, ma'am, fails to grapple with the fact that 50% of the units in the scheme, 50%, are family units as defined by the local planning authority. And the point about, secondly, overcrowding is also based, I fear, on a misunderstanding. Overcrowding is very often caused by families having to live together in the absence of accessible and affordable housing for those starting out on the housing ladder or those who remain or become single. And that's why a proportion of the units, especially the affordable housing, needed to be targeted at that part of the community. In terms of infrastructure, the applicant wishes to create a fully functioning new part to the local community, and it does no one any good if there are infrastructure problems. Hence, the electricity and water supply issues have been looked at carefully and taken forward. There would be no material detriment to the functions of schools, medical facilities, or other facilities as a result of the development, as both the GLA and Hounslow agree, and there's no outstanding objection you'll have seen from a provider of any such service. In the Transport Roundtable session, evidence was given about the pedestrian, cycle and public transport improvements the scheme would bring. I'll come back to those briefly in the context of the overall benefits package. But there is a fundamental problem with the kind of objection that OGRA makes. The decision maker has the clear response from those charged with administering the transport system and whose regulatory responsibilities include planning for increases in demand on the network, that should say, on the network. And they haven't raised an objection to the grant of permission. So there are no other infrastructure issues, ma'am, that would halt the scheme coming forward or prevent it or the community from working well. What you had work dealing with the effects of the scheme on the daylight and sunlight of existing residential properties in the area, which shows a handful of moderately adverse impacts. Due to relative position, the home-based scheme has a very limited effect indeed. The Tesco scheme affects a couple of properties in the conservation area behind and to the west, but there is nothing to suggest that's the relevant test, an unacceptable level of impact, such as would be recognised in policy. I mentioned the conditions of the 106, ma'am, and then I moved to closing points. The first of the relevant balancing exercises is that under 202 of the framework. Great weight and significant importance are to be given to the identified low, and in some cases to very low level of less than substantial harm, to Syon House, Syon Park, RPG, Osterley Conservation Area, Isleworth Conservation Area, Syons, Lion Gate, and Gillette Building. Collectively, ma'am, that amounts to considerable heritage harm to weigh in the balance. But against it is to be set the following. Up to 2,150 homes across the two sites, a significant amount of housing delivery indeed by any measure, to which we say significant weight should be given. The need for housing in Hounslow, as you've heard, is some 17,820 homes over the 10-year period, 1,782 a year. And as the borough has stressed to you at the inquiry, ensuring the optimization of these two sites is a key building block in their planning. One cannot take housing delivery for granted. There is a strategic element to housing delivery on the scale, as Mr. Roberts points out. The Hounslow housing requirement sits within that established in the London plan for the capital as a whole, 52,000 homes a year. But it's been recognised that figure is some 14,000 homes short of meeting the actual needs of London. That is 14,000 homes every year. In that context, we say, ma'am, it adds further weight to the housing delivery here that the sites fall within London Plan Policy H1, requiring boroughs to optimise the potential for housing delivery on all suitable and available brownfield sites. It identifies two categories of site into which the application sites fall, namely sites with existing or planned PTAL ratings of at least 3 to 6, which are located within 800 metres of a station, and mixed use redevelopment of car parks and low density retail. The essential role that sites like these have, ma'am, in London stems from the fact, which was recognised by the Citroen inspector, that even in high performing council areas like this one, I quote him, London is one housing market, and so the benefits of new housing should not be downgraded. It would be wrong, he said, to argue that London-wide targets for housing could be met elsewhere. So the provision next of up to 750 new affordable homes against the need, which as elsewhere in London is never really capable of being met. The ability of large schemes to afford viably to deliver 35% of affordable housing is an important point in their favour and is inherently connected to the overall scale of development. Making the most of brownfield sites, it's itself, ma'am, something to which the NPPF says significant weight should be given. To deliver more units overall and with it more affordable housing is an important factor in the overall shaping of the scheme and the on-balance decision to seek permission for development which would cause a measure of harm to important heritage assets. A tall tower, and there are some with few benefits, would not have the force of the current proposition. The affordable housing here should be given significant weight, we'd suggest, as a separate item. The mix of homes across the site, including the market units, includes around 50%, as I've said, family accommodation, designed to meet the need profile in Hounslow. These are places for families to live, not the by now traditional towers loaded with small units, and as such they form the core of the applicant's vision for a vibrant, long-term, successful community. Weight, we say, should be given to the particular mix that's promoted. Regeneration of the sites, its catalytic effect in bringing forward more sites in the opportunity area, and the economic effects. To this, ma'am, might be added the facilitation of a new Tesco store meeting local needs, a 200 square metre community facility on the Homebase site, between 3,000 and 5,000 square metres of retail, commercial and community space at the Tesco site, and at least 20,000 square metres of publicly accessible open space on the Tesco site, as well as the revitalisation of the water gardens. The schemes will bring benefits to transportation, which go beyond mere mitigation, improvements to pedestrian and cycle accessibility around the Great West Road Syon Lane Junction, which will benefit all users, and contributions to improve local bus services. And finally, last but not least, over 450 trees will be planted across the sites, which is a significant biodiversity net gain. Those are the principal benefits, ma'am, which we would invite you to recognise as clearly outweighing the relatively modest level of harm to heritage assets, despite the fact that great weight must be given to them in a balance tilted to conservation. To return to one of the points I made near the beginning of these submissions, the challenge for planning in London is to optimise whilst managing change, not even in the case of highly rated assets such as Syon, to refuse schemes unless they cause no harm. The right balance in this case is, we say, in favour of the benefits that would be delivered in line with paragraph 202 of the framework. And it follows from that, we say the framework as a whole would be complied with, a key marker of sustainable development. In the case of these two developments, there's also overall compliance with the development plan for exactly the same reason, because the balance between benefits and heritage impact is also found there. The evidence doesn't show that other harm would be caused to any material degree, but if, for the sake of argument, ma'am, you or the Secretary of State were to find some, it would take, we say, a considerable swing back of the pendulum to indicate that the opposite outcome is appropriate. And so for those reasons, and subject to the conditions and 106 obligations as discussed, the applicant respectfully requests that you recommend and the Secretary of State grants permission for both schemes. Thank you, ma'am.
So that brings us to the end of the inquiry then, unless there are any other matters.
I was going to say that as I went through the closing, I marked down the old typo. When I send through the final version, it'll have those removed.
Okay.
When the electronic
As long as
version
that's
comes
all
through
that's
to you.
altered.
But I'm just saying now there'll be absolutely no change to the substance. It's just commas.
I mean,
here
I've made corrections as we've gone through,
Yes,
so
okay.
that
All right,
I
very
might
well.
miss some out, but
Okay.
if you want to send one in, that's fine, as long
Okay.
as it doesn't alter anything else. Yep.
Sorry, Mum. So should I take out that reference to the missing document from?
I would include what I would do is just add a footnote to say that in fact it is
Okay.
where it can be found.
Right.
Don't worry about
Okay, thank you.
that. Okay. Okay, if there's nothing else then, all that remains is for me to thank everybody for your cooperation in the, I know we had the big break in the middle, but other than that, the easy running of the inquiry made my life a lot easier. And I hope you found it, well, and maybe not pleasurable, but interesting nevertheless. Particularly for those of you who are maybe less familiar with proceedings such as this. So that's it from me. Thank you very much. And I'll formally close the inquiry and you'll get the one I signed version to me within 2 weeks. Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.